economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an
Namaste. Hey everybody, my name is Shaktilyn. I'm from the San Francisco Bay Area, and I'm thrilled to be here with you in Mumbai. I will be moderating this panel, and would like to take a moment to introduce myself. But first, I would like to thank my dear friend, for gifting me this beautiful sari, which I'm honored to wear here today. And I'd like to thank my friend Deepa for helping me learn to wear it properly. I have been playing Upland for 2 years. I'm co-founder of the Ploschke, a 3D design agency. I'm a partner of Ladies Meta Soccer, which was the second place winner of the FIFA Track Hackathon. I'm co-leader of the community nodes, Hub and Hyde, owner of 3 Metaventures, and a content creator for the Shack on YouTube. And I was voted Upland Player of the Year 2023. Today we will be discussing commercialization and how to make money in Upland. This entire panel is made up of Upland players, so please remember that we are sharing our personal opinions only, and they should not be taken as financial advice. So I see Upland as a great equalizer, because no matter your background, your education level, gender, or
guys, why are you two standing at one place? I don't understand. Why is more than one person standing at one place?
Sorry. The Upland Metaverse is filled with an endless array of opportunities for everyone to make money, to own and operate businesses, to work, to socialize, and to play. Upland offers something for everyone, and there are a multitude of money-making opportunities, including earning yields on your own properties, flipping profit, running Metaventure stores, designing and selling 3D assets, flipping 3D assets on the secondary market, increasing property value through neighborhood development, creating layer 2 games, utilities, and experiences, participating in a variety of play-to-earn games in layer 2 development. There is limitless potential here. As Metaverse pioneers, we are the early adopters, and we are at the spearhead of what could be an entirely new industry being created by Upland. I firmly believe that the Metaverse is the latest breakthrough in communication technology and will become as mainstream and indispensable as the telephone. Furthermore, in my view, Upland is the only Metaverse project which has the platform to appeal to a massive global market. Upland is mapped to the real world and has properties that are affordable and also for crypto enthusiasts. Upland is in the process of launching its proven utility token Spark as an ERC-20 token Sparklet on a crypto exchange. Players can also connect their MetaMask with Upland and list some of their Upland assets on OpenSea with more capability yet to come. So the million-dollar question is not what is possible with this technology,
पे है ना बंद।
हाँ हाँ हेलो रुकिए मैं आपका ये नंबर व्हाट्सएप पे है क्या? मैं इस पर आपको दूसरा नंबर भेजी हूँ, उस पर बात कर लीजिए।
I've met so many friends on there, connected all over the world. I've done deals with people in New Zealand, Germany, Brazil. It's just been fantastic getting to know all these different cultures. It's just a really, really lovely thing to do. It's just connecting. It connects you differently than social media has. Yeah, it really does. Yeah, when I met Dirk, the co-founder, and the guy's visionary, absolutely amazing what's to come. I can't wait to see what we do next.
What aspect are you most excited about right now?
There's too many. Lots like this new bird feature, where you can bird assets together to do something new. They were like that, all the layers tools, travel, cars, utilising them. Now, that's how you do it. That's really big. Same with the marketing stage, giving utility to existing structured approaches that we've already got. So, I'm looking for future utility. Once we've done the live network, which is fun and exciting.
Yes, like that. That's amazing. Yes,
We've done the live network now, fantastic.
I completely agree with you. Do you have any advice for somebody who wants to start a business now?
As in a Metaventure, or something along those lines, that would be.
Sure, that's
Have some stuff to be over before you open it. Because sometimes sales can be a bit slow and an empty shop. But I highly recommend getting one because you can advertise it on Discord, Facebook, Twitter, and I have 5 Metaventures and they're all doing really well. I've got no complaints. It's fantastic. And you also know, again, the support that you get whenever there's a minor issue is fixed almost instantly. So, no complaints.
excellent. What's the most profitable thing you have done in your business today?
Terminals. I managed to get a few terminals and you can float and you can flip them for a heck of a lot. Because they have one an exclusive content. But I tend to buy even USD and then sell which prices. Because you can double your income.
Okay, that's a great tip.
For example, in San Francisco, you can buy a property for $8, but you can sell it for 17,000 to 20k UPX almost instantly.
That's amazing.
That's why it's really good.
Yeah, that's, I know a lot of people who do that. That's a great play. I'll have to try that. What are the biggest opportunities for profit that you see in our business?
Most registered properties, like for example, when you buy a property, you start earning a yield on it, so it makes it cheaper.
Second phase? Just like signal that you have a roadside feeding. So, yeah, excellent idea, Claire. And that was the 6 questions I have prepared. So, thank you so much for being here, and I hope you have a tremendous day at work. years ago. Okay. Morecheese and Soeren, I will ask the same question. We will take a lot of time, and let's start with Morecheese. Morecheese, what do you
कैमरा के इधर से
think?
करना कैमरा में
Alright, so
basically
to me,
कैमरा के सामने आता है ना just move the camera like he comes and lift it up or something.
Experience where you just can buy, sell, and trade virtual properties. It also provides opportunities for creativity, social interaction, potential financial gains, the integration of the blockchain technology adds transparency. So, that's really big. Ownership to virtual assets, making it like an innovative and engaging space for users and especially creators interested in the digital economy. Sorry, Americans. It's good. What about this one?
I think it's really the opportunity and the mix. So you can do business, you can invest money just to people you can create two games that are already started. It's not even a job we have to, you can, you know what it's I think just waiting to try, getting around, I think it's something, it's cool for every one of us. So I'm looking forward, I'm not the business guy in the investor, so I'm happy with that, and I'm happy playing, right? And then that's the mix, and then you can cut together on this country, so many people, even topics, so we are from Sweden, from Germany. So we see each other in materials, and it's cool. Yeah, it's just, we're happy.
Yes, and that part is like in completely agreement with you, which is just there is so much. It's a game where you don't have an asset, but it's a game that offers so many different things. Something for everyone. The creator, businessmen, people just looking for friends. Gamers. What is your greatest success from Upland Morecheese? My biggest success would be making the connections I have. I feel like everyone I met and worked with had left a lasting autonomy. I've learned so much from them. Just being able to conversate with like-minded people and share thoughts and ideas. I'm so grateful for everyone I met and all the projects I've been a part of. I feel like my success had to do with just about everybody I've met along the way in my journey. What about this one?
So many players, I think there are so many, so active and mentioned many tricks and capital to create a business. It's really growing. Not to have a kind of 17 million updates. It's after coming with itself. It's good. So many people. Selling huge companies, making a lot of money in the games, or just something, it's really cool, yeah, and you break, just mentioned, it's I think for me, it's the biggest.
Awesome. Morecheese, what I think about you most excited about? About the constant evolution. I feel like every time I look at the game, something new is happening, something great. The introduction of new features, of course, the potential to make money through, being strategic in your game plan. to my excitement as well. I'm very big on branding, and I think I'm still learning as I go. I'm a business major, but it is like an innovative world now that we're doing all of this in the Metaverse. And yeah, I'm just excited to see what's next, you know? I know that we still have so many great things on the roadmap, and I'm looking forward to a lot of them, and I'm looking forward to some of them. But I'm looking forward to all of it. We're going to transfer out the shop, you know, I'm going to have to eventually pay some money to transfer myself over, but at the same time it's exciting. It's like, what's that going to be like? Or is it going to make my life easier? You know, you never know. You could just go, hey, pick up this stuff and bring it over, and then it'll click automatically go in there. But yeah, like, oh, that makes me excited. Just what's next? Awesome. What about you, sir? What about you? Not excitement.
My Goldsmith group is more to build as many some of the major coming in and using the Apple feature stack, commercial stack. That's something I'm really looking forward to see.
I'm really curious. Do you have any advice? For example, what they decided they want to set up? Alright, well, I would say starting with the business network involves understanding what you're real estate, making sure you don't go in a place that's going to be business. Which neighborhoods are more common than others, just staying up to date is the most important, like not one of the most important things, I'd say, engaging with the Upland community, networking, and learning from experienced players. So if somebody came to me, I would say, you know, watch as many videos as you can from Upland and the community, you say, broadcasters. Put yourself out there, go to the Discord, go to the plaza, meet new people during shows. It's a great way to meet people, join Discords. For the community, I'd say the Upland community is one of the best communities I've ever experienced in any given place. Absolutely. Do you think branding is a very important part of business? Show people whether that, you know, start with that brand and you Morecheese. If you want to branding in a premium episode, I don't know if you talk about the idea of stepping in business and absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I've been working on my brand since I started in 2021. Morecheese is just something everyone called me because my last name doesn't look like my last name is not easy. But M-A-R-C-H-E-S-E, so my whole life I've been called Morecheese and then cheese, right? So I'm like, this is fun. I can laugh away given the fact that, you know, I mean, I do pixel art with a unique texture because I used to be. Right, so I have this program that will add these really unique textures to each pixel. In order for me to kind of put myself out there, it took a lot of work because first I got myself listed on the Atomic Class of the Rockstar chain. I started out doing collabs to the wine and cheese show when I did that with M68. So every time we had guests on, I would create this NFT, but it was a really funny depiction of the interviewer, take away from the essence of the guest and just make this crazy artwork. And it'll be there for this number. I'm still doing that now with my new show, Morecheese in Metaverse. But you know, instead of that, I'm just doing it in seasons, and it's working out great. To get my art to know better, I'm doing various projects outside of Upland. I recently got one of my artworks put into the Joy City in northern China, so they put it right up there on the screen, and it was a big feat for me, and that was added more to my brand. I've also worked with several people, such as Upland with Upland to get my brand out and whatnot. And currently what I'm doing right now with my NFTs, I've given them utility in a way that if you purchase the NFT, even if I was shocked because you own an NFT, if you purchase one of my NFTs, I have with the new schema out, I have 2 so far, and I will sold out. You will get your name on we were named every Friday on my Morecheese in the network show at 3 p.m. And that provides you with a chance to get a prize, whether it be a math asset or ethics prize. And that just gives people incentive to purchase my NFTs because there's also an added, we do it. People, it's absolutely funny. Thank you, Chase. You have done a good job branding yourself. Thank you. And so, do you have any advice for someone wanting to start a business in Upland?
Need to research. So, it's not so easy to work traditionally, so it's so many different features and so on. So you have to get to know them, but you have to find a niche, and then people have one idea, and I think there's so much we can do there, so many opportunities to have business there. Be creative, and then moving, and get
Excellent. And I just wanted to comment that UPXLand and Morecheese have very clear mathematical brands. And so they're just like to me a big believer in the power of branding. I use UPXLand every day.
So the other part is running Hanson. So it's a platform of the people which is introduced. So it's like a powerful and backstage within its growing enterprise.
So I think that's working around, what, 6 months or so? Or a year ago, you decided to have a new picture?
It's a year ago, so the summer 2013, so June around documents probably as which is communication.
That's great. What did you decide that it was time to implement the new pictures?
Okay, so the money is a lot of money. So they have to pay for the units and for the cloud providers, database providers, and so on we are using. And this is something that's okay. Do anyone approach the way to make money with that? To try to get them to pay back. So we try to make commercials and to that work. So it's we created some certain cool features where we think people just like it and pay for a year, pretty much and that way it's great. So here's my love with friends.
Morecheese. Opportunities with the housing and government feature. It's a pathway will be coming up. And I feel like this will be a great opportunity for events to come about where you get speakers, concerts, stuff like that. I know like someone asked me because I'll be retraining to make my living very well. They might be doing tutorials of some sort, and that would be just a great way to kind of do that. Because I really want to join a workshop that's such a good time and it's with much effort and and I think the fact that right now I'm sleeping giants, once they start rolling them out and people start becoming Metaventurist, there are a lot of really interesting things in regards to entertainment and what that matters. Yeah, I would say something about that. What about your son?
we got together for a meeting to come together and just to bring in more friends, more play from out of the game. Exactly, you get money from out of the game. More practical, I think.
Thank you. I'm not sure how much time we have. I think it would be good to start taking questions from the audience. Let's see. I don't know what we'll see. Do you know that we can see questions from the audience? Will YouTube?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So, audience, do you have any questions for the panel? Come up.
We can't hear anything.
I think he's asking for the roadmap for in-home structures. So you know how we have outdoor decor? He's basically asking what's the roadmap for indoor decor for our building inside the indoor decor.
Can we have the
I'm not doing what the question is yet.
He's basically asking what's the roadmap for indoor decors. You know how we have outdoor decor, right? He's asking what's the roadmap for the indoor decor.
you can come in and actually symbolizes kind of like a network, etc. So when we work with the more you develop the Metaventure capital for the different business use cases, that will actually lead to spaces in general. And we're working with Maya on finding out how to upload architecting this thing. Yeah, the second one that's coming in parallel is important for the spectrum is the Spark utility. So right now, Spark is the cloud, it is the pure the gas. For everything in Upland, you can Upland run for creation of things, whether it's structures or what manufacturers are going to work, the car could be anything. And the difference in Upland between outdoor and indoor is also the difference in what we call logistics. So logistics are indoor items per se. And until now, logistics weren't able to be produced in factories. And that's something that we're working on as part of the Spark roadmap, because you will be able to create logistics using the Spark mechanism to have you have a staples outside everything that's on the map, that you can see on the Upland map. You need to stake in order to create, whereas logistics you actually need to start in order to create. So whether or not the mechanism to start, which is on the Spark roadmap, then we'll be able to create indoor items at logistics. So that's how we show up. That's how we show up different types of logistics. So they show up in your world, but we're manufacturing indoor spaces. So I think that things two coming together, and the importance of Spark and Sparkle as a main driving factor of the 2024 roadmap in general. It's going to bring about because of approach, use cases from whether it's being able to create your 3D spaces internally and then display the items there, whether it's your existing people collectibles or UDC items, and then other things that what happens is that we create one example of a feature, and then the community and the UGC creative community just takes it to a kind of level that we even think about in terms of creativity, and our purpose is to facilitate those mechanisms to make it happen and allow them to work on businesses using those mechanisms. That's what we talk about in private programs back again? It could be, so we're bringing it up to the cafe owner to define the different use cases and business models that they have. Right? We're working on different opportunities to allow the cafe owner and how to monetize and what it goes in.
If they want to bring in as a like to their cafe, and that's totally fine. Good for them. If they want to event topics, there's a path for that. If they want to have it token-gated, it could be any type of business model that could be like a clubhouse type, or could be for event, right? If you have, especially if you think about with the connection to either to Upland NFTs or Metaverse. So in Upland NFTs, we call it now.
Is it showing?
Hello.
Okay, we're having an event for NLPA Memento owners. For you as a UGC artist, right? You can say you can only come in to my literature, or we're giving additional creative/content value, but you need to own a certain NFT. That could be anything. It could be a legit, or it could be a math asset that you created, and that's how you monetize. So we see our job as creating the infrastructure for modular business opportunities, and it's really up to the business owners, the capital metaventure owners, to decide what is their business model, maybe experiment with a few and see which one works.
That's cool. Can I invite guests from outside
To a cafe.
to the event? Yeah, if I just, I just pay a musician to go on stage in my cafe. Really great to just send out a link to people not using Upland by now. So first of all, that they can just join and pay as a guest, and then on the second one maybe they just use Upland as well. But would have a big audience.
For sure.
People
So
would be enjoying.
the contradiction here is between the pay and the
Yeah, you want to get your share, right?
It's not even about share. It's about how would they pay. In like everything we're building for a future of a trustless blockchain-based environment, right? So like selling tickets for an external event, like it's weird to say, but you don't need Upland for it. It's like if it doesn't connect to the Upland economy, then you can go and create just like Nowhere or Nowhere itself. You can create a space there and sell tickets, right? That doesn't have to be in Upland. The idea of connecting in Upland is one, connecting your user identity. So in this case, events would be your avatar and maybe a wearable that they have that represents something that they own, care about, or just want to shield as cool in the metaverse, or who you are as a personality. And the second thing is the monetization opportunity that's connected to the general economy, and is also a mechanism that we created that has trust built in because it's on the blockchain, and it's not like we don't want to deal with, oh, we got scammed, someone sold us tickets to this event in Upland on whatever platform, we have no control over it, and we can't verify that this is a real user or a real MetaVenture owner.
Makes sense.
Alright, thank you.
No question, right?
Do we have any other questions from the audience?
Yeah, I have a question. Can you hear me?
I think maybe without the microphone, if you just speak very loudly, it's better.
Can you hear me?
Just
Can you hear me now?
no, probably without it. Just come near to the computer and speak your question.
Can you hear me now?
As a secondary platform, providing these services and social media management, it's a problem profession, like their own teams. So we believe that every big brand, every big, there are going to be a whole agencies that are going to be managing for brands and for businesses their metaverse and game-wide presence. So like we understand these economies and these social networks.
I mean, if you want to start playing, message me again, and I'll help you and I'll guide you through the basics, and we'll get you going.
I'm already playing it.
Well, keep me up, man.
long way. I would have never thought that it would ever been a meetup in Mumbai. I would have never thought that.
And I have to say also for beginners, because there's so many layers to Upland, it might be a little overwhelming because it's not very straightforward platform, right? But the mission center is on the one hand an ability to earn extra UPX when you're new by completing missions, and it allows you to learn the different aspects of the game, like experimenting at low risk and low cost. So I would definitely, for newcomers, recommend the Mission Center.
And we have a lot of groups on Facebook as well. We're quite a large community now. So if you've got any questions or queries, we can help you fairly quickly and give you good advice if you ever need it.
What is your in-game name?
It's Jackie Chan. Yeah.
It's wonderful to meet you in person.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you all as well.
I'll talk back to you later.
Thank you, Jackie. Hi. Hello.
Are you guys familiar with the Steam marketplace for games, buyback?
I am.
So, you know how like big and then it's their community is, right? They have their own marketplace and everything. Do you guys perhaps see yourself aiming or sort of inclining a plan in a way that enables people to treat it as like as easily and as upfront as people treat Steam now? Because everyone's on Steam, everyone uses it for games and so on and so forth. So it would be cool for us to know if you guys are sort of inclining towards that or something completely different.
Are you looking for level 2, like level 2 type games within Upland? So like have them available in the Steam type things through Olson?
I know a few players already are. Thank me later for what he's already working on something to do with Steam. I can't say anything right now, but I do know that something's coming.
Well, I do think that there is a bit of a problem right now. I don't think that Steam really supports blockchain games. I don't know for sure, but I think that maybe we later ran into a couple of snags, perhaps. It may be a while before it may be epic world improvement.
Well, definitely good, whatever it is.
It may be more towards the Epic platform that's similar to Steam that would adapt more blockchain type games. I do know.
I think you're referring to the creators of the Unreal Engine and
it's like Epic, the Epic store. They have like PC games in there, just like Steam. Yeah. That might be more like blockchain friendly than Steam at the moment, but Steam will realize that blockchain is not going away.
Yes.
Thank you guys for answering the question.
Do you play ever?
I think I'm going to start today.
Oh, wonderful. Please introduce yourself to us on Discord and say, I'm the guy that asked the Steam question. Look forward to meeting you.
My DMs are always open, especially for new players and questions. Feel free. My name is Morecheese in Games and Morecheese on Discord. And I'm a big PC gamer, so.
Everyone can console gamers. Everyone can console gamers.
Correct. Bye-bye. Thank you. I think we might be out of time, Tam.
Yes, we are. That is what I was just going to remind you. So,
Okay.
yeah, if you want to have any last ending thoughts, and then we can hand it over to Goldsmith, who I presume is or should be in the waiting room. So.
wanted to close by saying that it's been wonderful. Thank you all for being here today. We on this panel believe the metaverse will one day serve as an extension to the real world and play an important role in the lives of people and businesses. The Upland Metaverse is filled with limitless potential and ways to make money. We are excited to be Metaverse pioneers in these early days, and we're looking forward to the future of Upland. I want to thank each of our panelists and you, the audience, for being here today. Best wishes for success in all your endeavors, and we will see you in the Metaverse. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Thank you.
Good night. Yes. Thank you. Bye. See you.
Bye-bye.
Recording in progress.
So what do you guys do?
Hi, Goldsmith.
I'm basically
Oh, you're here. Nice. Okay, what do you do?
very interesting. Theory, I have a lot of people that I know personally, people that do like Fury, yeah, that's the front end. That's the front end.
Goldsmith, can you hear us? I am not sure we can hear you.
There we go. Trying to make the platform work. Yeah, Zoom's not the best platform. Why don't they work regularly?
You should have SE teacher joining us, doesn't join us. But Goldsmith, I've made you the host. You should be the host. Just don't end the call when you leave like Shaktilyn did.
That's what happened. I was going to say, I saw it cut out on YouTube and I was questioning what's going on.
That's alright. So we're waiting for SE kicker and we're going to start it off. Till then, I'm just going to let you guys have a conversation amongst yourselves. We're not live yet. I'm going to give you a heads up and you go live.
So you're not broadcasting yet? We're not put it on the screen? Sorry. I think you said real live. Oh, okay. I'm still trying to figure it out. Yeah. All the settings are still not working.
Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called You Build Up Your Empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties.
Okay, your live Goldsmith, over to you.
Beautiful. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I think that we are at about 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock local time. Different parts of the world here represented. I do have with me a couple people. I'm seeing the names that you have up on the list here. KO Ninja, SD Kicker. Not names that we used to see for you guys. You got some real names up there, so it's all right. You're good. So it's funny in a digital space to see that. Like an A696, and of course, what we're talking about today is the idea of entrepreneurship in Upland, specifically with the concept of MetaVentures being included there. But I'd kind of like to take that aside a little bit. The concept of MetaVentures put out by Upland, a codified number of different businesses that Upland set up to be in the game of Upland. But realistically, MetaVentures were always set up on the outside of Upland to be something that were inclusive of being able to bring a business into the digital space, being able to put it out, codify it, and again, share it in a way that people are going to be able to interact in a digital space, be able to theoretically conduct business, and have the partner, the person who's actually putting the business out, be able to be the one who is able to get to making determinations of the business side. So on that note, we have some traditional MetaVenture activity being done by the Hyde Ninjas, by A696, as well as some things on a larger scale of how do you build and scale your Discord groups, how do you build and scale your the business model you have, how do you move into the next step.
Everyone is talking about
into the metaverse, as well as just this idea of how you manage the little tiny micro businesses that Upland gives you the opportunity. Because ultimately, there are 600 and change Block Explorer shops, there are 300 and something NFLPA shops, there are another 250 other shops in the game. That's before you get into the UPC content. And it's a large sea, and ultimately it's democratization that matters. So that's why I really want to focus on here with the group is what they're bringing into Upland as far as how do they manage and build their MetaVentures, how do they build everything around their MetaVentures that does not fit with Upland, as well as just give a little bit of background as far as people getting interactivity and how do you start your first MetaVenture. And ultimately, what are you going to do to be successful? So with that, I just want to introduce my guests and allow them to introduce themselves, I should say. Because the names here are a little overlapped. KO Ninja, Olson coming in. Tell me a little bit about yourself again. We don't have, I don't have your name up there, but I think I've matched the right face to the right Upland there.
You nailed it, Goldie. Appreciate that. Yes, I'm KO Ninja in Upland, partners with SC Kicker, and we run the Hyde Ninjas. We're both lifelong martial artists. That's our careers, that's our lives every day. And we both got into Upland about 2 years ago. And then, man, it's just been a roller coaster ever since. We've started new business ventures and a whole project, long-term project, working together with another team. We've developed a team that's working with us and got a lot of projects. So I don't know if we want to go into MetaVentures now or just give a brief introduction.
You know what? Let's be this simple. tell me, as you do your introduction, tell me just a heads up as what does Metaventure mean to you? The quick, where do you come from? How did you come to it? And then we'll just come back around and have that discussion about the broader sense of the history of the game of the book.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I personally have a one-car showroom, and then SC Kicker and I can elaborate a little more. We have a map asset factory as well that we're looking to get items approved. And I'm not super active with my Metaventure, and what I see in the community is just like your real job. The more effort and time and energy you put into your Metaventures, the more successful you're going to be. I see some people absolutely crushing it, with their Metaventures, but they're hustling, they're working, they're figuring out what the right prices are for their products, and then there's other people with a little more of a passive approach. I had a surplus of cars, and I just wanted a place where I could own them myself, and I put them up at prices that are not unreasonable, but right now they're not at the floor price. So I'm patient enough to just wait for the market to rest. So.
That's a good point. The car thing, I can get into that as far as when you talk about different types of Metaventures you can enter. But yeah, the car thing is wait for the floor to rise is not a silly idea at this point. And I appreciate it. Again, I do want to introduce everyone to the round table here so we can get things started. A696, again, splitting KO Ninja and SC Kicker, so they can each be individuals, even though we know them as the Hyde Ninjas. Ace, how you're doing this morning? Give me a little intro into who you are, what you're running right now, your experience with Metaventure, again, what you have running at the moment, and then we can get back into the specifics of all each of your businesses and how you're doing, how you've gotten to it.
Yeah, sure, man. So I've only been in Upland 18 months. Like everyone when I first started, had literally no idea. Very early on I decided I wanted to be part of the creative process, so map assets obviously gave me an outlet to start down that line, so naturally I don't have a lot of background with technology and things. I'm just a truck driver, so I'm just trying to branch out into something different, way out of the comfort zone and just try new things and see where it goes, so a lot of ideas rolling around upstairs and just try to put them out there, link up with people, community is a huge part of Upland, I think. By myself, I wouldn't have accomplished anything near where I have today. So it's, community is a huge part of where I've come from to where I've got to, and yeah.
Well, we'll get into some of the more specifics of what you're running. Appreciate it. Again, coming in from a background of, I know you had one type of Metaventure and another type. You started with resale, and then obviously got into the creative side of things, the actual map assets, the submission and the creation of that, the waiting process to get them in the game, and we'll get into that and how that works. But ultimately, appreciate that you're here. We'll get into some of the specifics of bringing in just what's in your head and bringing it to the game. And then I'm gonna obviously jump in here as the kicker. Introduce yourself, what you've been doing with your own Metaventures, and of course, I do want to do this spiral around to the things that aren't official of way of Metaventures that you've already got going that are tying into your own experience. But just tell me more about what you have for Metaventures as of right now, layer 1 Upland.
Alright, hello everybody, I'm the SC Kicker, real name is Mike Streicher, and I think KO covered a lot of our stuff. So I'm the second part of the Ninjas, and we've kind of teamed up. About 2 years ago, we got into Upland. After the COVID times, we had a little bit of downtime in our industry, and kind of dove into Metaverse and started playing this game that was just trading properties. And, it started to evolve into like different things. I know when I first started, I even had a treasure hunt barely. $10 technology-wise, anybody that knows me and KO or follows us, we try to break anything that we can when it has to do with technology, and have a lot of fun doing it. And it's totally out of our realm, and we've been able to meet so many great people within the community, and it helped us to develop our team that we now have, building a lot of different layer 2 projects as well. And as far as like Metaventures right now, we have a showroom in Hyde Park, LA, is where our Hyde Park Ninja Node is, and then we have a factory up in Balboa. We actually didn't get in time to find a plot of land that was big enough to make our factory where we wanted it, so we went outside of the area a little bit, into near a node where we knew some other people, and asked permission, hey, can we build a little factory here, and work that out. And so we're right now awaiting approval on some of our map assets that we're going to be creating. And Ninja Factory is going to have a lot of really cool Ninja stuff. Once we get through that process, we'll be able to waiting that stuff out. Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, we're really excited, and I thought we had it approved and have one little error, so we got to go back and fix that. So, but like Kato said, this is a very long-term project, and this is not the space that we're comfortable with. Getting on cameras, doing podcasts, this never would have happened 2 years ago. I can tell you that for sure. And we just have a lot of fun with it. And I think like Ace is something completely different from what we do in real life. So it's really cool. Ace, by the way, that artwork in the background is pretty cool back there. So, and artwork too, I don't know if you have that in the Metaverse anywhere, but there's so many cool things that we're going to have the ability to do, whether it's, sharing artwork, sharing map assets, all this cool stuff. And I know we've got a lot of very long-term projects. We're basically, with what we do, we're bridging the gap between Web3 and martial arts, and trying to make a full-scale martial arts experience. And I grew up playing games like Dungeons and Dragons and Magic the Gathering and stuff, that came out way back in the 90s. And I love those games, and we want to try to tie that into what we do with martial arts and Web3 and Metaverse, and just have a fun time with it, and get to meet more people and engage. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
Right, and again, I did want to take the opportunity. I want to swing back to Ace, because Ace didn't really get too deep into what is running a lot of things as individual, Metaventures in the space. I do want to get back into that idea, because you bring it up with this concept of submitting the art, having the art approved, having the art come back in, and being a very specific type of Metaventure. Obviously, you have map assets that are operating that way, as well as structural ornaments. Ace got in pretty deep here as far as having showroom after showroom after showroom, which I appreciate, multiple ways to get to the people, but also starting to get some assets approved. A lot of people are on that journey, waiting months before they get things through. But Ace actually has gotten on the other side of that. So I kind of want to talk to him a little bit. Again, that specific type of Metaventure, let's get back to the idea of the broader sense. So map asset submission, you start with this idea that you want to bring something to the Metaverse, you know what a map asset shop is, you have to apply for it, you get the shop, and then you wait for the art. Ace, tell me a little bit about what that's been like for you on the how do you get your art into the game level?
Okay, so yeah, basically, I mean, if you don't know how to blender and design things yourself, if you need, again, community plays a big part, as for me. I was fortunate enough to meet up with the right people, and we were able to get things going, a bit of back and forth, creating the right things, and then working out what works with plans. There's certain requirements and that they don't accept to accept, then the submission process, and quite daunting at first, trying to figure out how to all these different files that I literally have no idea on. So the guys that I was working with, really helpful, and then it's basically a waiting game. You just sort of, once they're submitted in, you're just sitting there waiting, hoping. I'm sure the other guys are aware of this, I assume the process is going to get better. This new playground idea, I'm assuming they're toying with the idea of being able to see at least progress or some sort of feedback during the time of submission, that you can at least get an idea if something needs changing, if it's not going to meet criteria, these different things, So as today, I've been quite lucky. Literally only one of my designs didn't meet the criteria that just happened the other day. A little bit of a letdown, but it is what it is, onward and upwards. So, but it's been great. It's 18 months ago, I would never picture myself at the point I am now. It's amazing to see my stuff, things I've thought about, envisioned, actually NFTs in the Metaverse. It's kind of surreal, to be honest, But in saying that, there's some amazing stuff out there too, So it's great to see so many different ideas, different things that people come up with and are able to create. And then on the Metaventure side, like you said, I tried to space them out around the map to allow people the convenience. So, people don't always want to travel and spend up X going here, there and everywhere trying to pick up different things. If I can create a space all around the map with a bit of an all-in-one, then it makes it a lot easier for the community to get to my Metaventures. So.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the point that I want to put out here. One of the ones I look at is on the idea of Metaventures. Again, I do want to get back to the larger space, and how do you bring a business that you either create in the world or create it around the Metaverse and use your connections or your communities within the Upland space to kind of build and expand on a brand overall. But the idea of you've got this point of business, again, POI essentially, point of sale in the game of Upland, where you can interact with customers, they can purchase where they can sale on digital basis, digital assets, and that idea of hyper-location is key. Travel is a big part of the game of Upland. I mean, how did that work for you? Again, I know the Hyde Ninja is very much centralized in LA at this point as far as in the game of Upland. But how do you manage or consider the expansion or the geolocation, the importance of geolocation of your shops to actually get to customers?
Well, I think it's super important. I mean, originally it was just, in Queens. So I'd set up a base, a factory, a showroom in Queens, and originally it just planned on that. As I sort of watched things progress and how people travel, and a lot of people saying, can you, do a trade with me because I don't want to travel over there. I quickly realised you need to expand. It's costly to expand, but it needs to happen. So I just set my mind to it and just one after another built to required showrooms and moved around. So I tried to get on each continent at a minimum. Naturally large continents, try to have a couple spread out to do that, because we talk about transport in the future coming to Upland, so people aren't just going to be able to fly and send at a moment's notice. So location will be important, I believe, in the future. So yeah.
No, I appreciate that idea, that concept. I mean, as far as this idea of the geolocation, the concept with the map assets is, as of right now, you just fly them across the map and say, I'm going to relocate this from one location to the next. On your planning that you are manufacturing assets, have you already started to consider what that looks like for the idea of manufacturing meeting the sales location? Or is it still, if tomorrow or Upland said in 3 weeks we're going to have transport, you're going to have to figure out what transport looks like from Queens on over across the ocean?
Yeah, to an extent. I have a showroom in London and a showroom and a factory in London. In Queens I have a showroom and factory, and I intend on hopefully getting factories in each city that my showroom is. So at the moment, the asset is only tied to its original factory, which is a bit of a downside there, because naturally anything, once production transport comes in, sending from London to US is going to most likely be too costly to bother, so it would be cheaper for somebody to transport themselves over there to buy it. However, there's still a lot of unknowns, isn't there? And do they transport it back to the US, let's say, if they're in Los Angeles? A lot of unknowns, but it's just preparing, I guess, the best you can with the information you're given. So hopefully in the future we will be able to asked in the UGC about being able to, if you've got 3 factories, let's say, 10 designs, being able to move them, produce all 10 designs from all 3 factories. At this point in time, you're allocated into one factory, and that's just where it is. So still beneficial at this point, because as you say, you can move things here, there, and everywhere as we please. In the future, though, maybe not. So better to just prepare for the future. That's all you can do.
And I want to take that the opposite side, because I know that you guys with the KO Ninjas have kind of taken as far as of right now is concerned, an opposite strategy in that you've really built out one specific area. Your manufacturing is not far from where your shop is, which kind of takes advantage of the idea that geolocation may be a concern with travel, but it's also you also have a node that's built around the area which you also have the shop. So I mean, how does that decision work? Is that just building on the one brand and just carrying it through? Was it just cheaper and easier for you to land in the area, or is that more of a broader strategy?
Yeah, we'll definitely dive into other areas. Right now, we're really ultra focused on the Hyde Park community and building that up and making it really strong. And we're trying to take like slow and steady, calculated steps to build good products in the community and get that like foundation and base first. And then we do have plans to expand into other areas because, like I said, the transportation is going to be a big part of it. And eventually you're going to have to transport things that could get pretty expensive. So we're definitely have that on the radar, and I guess eventually we'll put up a map on the wall and start throwing ninja stars at it and see where our next factories land. So we'll go with that. But yeah, I do feel like we're a little bit behind on that avenue, but maybe ahead of some other ones. And the hard part is like tying in, because we're very entrepreneurial. And I always have like crazy ideas, and some of them stick, some of them don't stick. And with some of the different brands that we have coming out, we have our Ninjava coffee line, and
I was gonna go there. I was gonna go there with the tie between the real world and then tying that together. So yeah, go into the Ninjava and how you get that incorporated.
Yeah, so Ninjava is going to be an in-game. It's going to be Ninjava Cafe within our game, and the avatars, as they're fighting, they can stop at the Ninjava Cafe and get a little energy boost. So that's kind of how it'll work in game. And we said, man, why don't we just make our real coffee? Because we can have that real coffee before the game is done, because it's a long project. And so it's starting to gain momentum now. I know we had the opportunity to go to Vegas last year and meet all you guys, and man, it was a blast. And we just brought a bunch of samples out. We just loaded up boxes and had them shipped to Vegas and handed out samples at the half booth we had with TML there, and got that product out there. We got a lot of really great feedback, and we just recently we did an event for Tap Cancer Out. It's a really great cause, and it's a not-for-profit that we work here in our area for jiu-jitsu and rolling, and we just raised $12,000, through our academies here, and through the Metaverse, we said, hey, why don't we try to incorporate what we're doing in the Metaverse? And, we were able to sell some Ninjava online. We were able to sell some of our properties in Hyde Park that were within Hyde Park. Some of them were on the track. And all that money, got to go to a really great cause. So I think one of the keys to making the Metaverse successful is the community, building the relationships. And the really cool thing is we're meeting people from all over the place. We got people in Norway, we got people in San Fran that we wouldn't normally, day to day, be able to network with and communicate. And we can do that now through the Metaverse and do it in a very fun, engaging way. And we try our best to surround ourselves with people that are really positive and do things within the community. because I think that's going to make a big deal too, because right now everything's so new. I mean, we've been in for 2 years, and Upland's been around for what, 3 or 4 maybe, and it's still...
2019,
Okay. So it's still really in its infancy, you know, and I think for the people that are building stuff, you know, like the group we have sitting on this panel right now, and, you know, all the other guys that we know through the communities, it's super important the way we work together and communicate and kind of lay the foundation for the future players. It's going to make it more fun and engaging for them as well. And I think that's a super important part of it, and just keep pushing forward. And, you know, nothing in the game works out just perfect, as we all know. You know, sometimes map packs have to take longer to build. And, you just got to kind of go with the flow. And, you know, when something's not working, hey, I'm going to just move to the other project right now that I can make some headway while that other thing is catching up. That's kind of how it works, you know, and that's how real life works too. I know, and you know, during COVID, we had all kinds of setbacks with our academies being closed down, and you know, it was like the end of the world at that time, you know. But you got to work on the things that you can work on, and you know, we dove a little bit into cryptos and Metaverse, and it started that next track for us, you know. So it's just that constant, never-ending improvement that's so important.
But I love that idea. Again, you know, you get it from Ace a little bit, or we can circle back on Ace. But you know, this idea that you do something that you're experienced with in the real world, that you know, this is your career, this is what you've been doing, and you're already an entrepreneur. You know, you guys already had the experience of running your own business. That's something you've done, you've had to build. But bring that into the metaverse, where it's a little different of a format. There's a little bit different of how do you reach customers, but you still have that concept of I'm going out, I'm reaching customers, I'm bringing a product out, and I'm trying to meet those two together. I'm meeting the community that I have to build to sell this product with the product itself, and how do you get it there. And actually, I want to circle back on that real quick for you, Ace, and then I want to give Tanner an opportunity to grab some questions from the group before we go and get into you know, hopefully the last part here, when I get to you guys, is meeting your real world, meeting who you are, and bringing that into the metaverse, and how that's powerful as a business. But Ace, the one thing I want to put on there is, you know, I know the Hyde is they started building their brand before they started having Metaventures. You had to build a brand with autos, you built it, you know, with racing and autos, you built your brand with the art itself. How do you build and scale your community, your Discord activity, and building your own, you know, again, people who are going to be around or organized around what you're doing as a MetaVenture, then kind of build that into getting people to the shop, getting people to want to buy your items?
Next question. How do we do it? Give something to people, give the people something they want, I guess. You know, when we started racing, it was, I mean, myself, no surprise, I jumped into the car server. He built a nice base. It was, you know, good sales opportunities. It was just a lot of messy serving, you know, so it was just dedicated to that. Like the Hyde Park interest, they'd found the main and just dedicated to it. So anybody who's interested in that specific thing, that's where they know to go. So some people like to go that broader range, which is sort of what I've done now with those collectibles. But you know, when you choose a lane, I guess people know, I want something, you know, ninja, I want, you know, something like that. Where do I go? I go to Hyde Park Ninjas. They've created that brand, and that's, you know, that's recognisable. So with cars, that's, you know, it was basically just, we tried to fill the void at the time. Racing wasn't really much, or it had no traction, and I just said to those, let's try to do something, you know, whether it works, whether it doesn't, it's worth a shot. The racing community still hasn't grown that big yet, you know. I think it's still got a long way to go. A lot of, you know, groups still doing a lot of cool things with it and whatnot, so I think it's come a long way since when I had a Ace Racing League. But it's just finding something people want and giving it to them, basically. I mean, it's obviously always not as simple as that, but It all just started with the idea of just and finding out what people want. It was again about community, talking to community. I started it and it evolved naturally because you listen to what people want and you do your best to try to cater to it. So I think businesses and things that survive well listen to their customer base. So at the end of the day, they're the ones that keep you alive, that keep things running, so without your customers, you're nothing. So listen to them and do what you can.
And again, that was part of what I wanted to, both of you guys, well, I should say all three, but both the Ninjas and the Ace Collectibles, you both started before that Metaventure was available to you. With the car server, with the racing series, you were building a business around cars before there was really even showrooms. I mean, you jumped in with the race series before Upland had the idea of doing stage racing, built a economy around that, built a business around that, and then you did transition that into direct layer one businesses in Metaventures, but ultimately it was the idea that there was a void and you decided to fill it, and that's what kind of gave you that foothold. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had a space in the first place.
Exactly right, yeah. That's what it was, and I'd said to Noseman, because he had a couple of racing things there, but it wasn't really sort of an organised thing. I'd spoken to Noseman and said, let's try to organise and give people a legitimate place to come. Again, like the Hyde Ninjas, they know, that's what they're going for. Racing, they came in and they could race. So we're trying to create a more open branch, but now it's difficult with the racing because of time zones, people with different vehicles. It really isn't easy with the racing just yet.
Put a pin in that because that's coming.
Yeah. So but it's all evolving. It's all definitely getting a lot better. But we've had fun with it nonetheless, and it filled the void when it was. You and I was doing some great work, and hopefully we see some more around the racing side of things in the next year to come. I believe we will with the talks and transport especially.
Dan, I want to throw it to you because I want to get some midway questions in before we go launch in towards the end here.
Absolutely. I'll just pass on to the audience. Anyone has any questions?
So can you hear me?
I gotcha.
Yeah.
I think everyone else can as well. Yes? Thumbs up.
We're a little bit in trouble here.
So you talked about the cars, like when do you think we'll have boats and ships to transport across continents?
Ace, I think that's an Ace question. He said you had experience with cars. Again, this is not something we can speculate too much on. Nobody here from the team of Upland. But when do you think that there'll be things like ships and boats and other type of transportation?
Ships and boats. I don't believe Upland's even spoken about this at all, unfortunately. It's something in the community we'd love. Yeah, definitely boats. Miami, we were hoping Miami and bring some speedboats and things, At this point, I don't believe there's any talk about it. I would assume when transportation starts to come in, that stuff for boats will come in, and fingers crossed we can look at boats, jet skis, and all the sorts of fun things that even UG said could be part of. And I think that would be really cool.
Axel, did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Perfect. Do you have anything else there, Jay? Anybody else would like? Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can. Everyone else thumbs up?
Alright, great. So I think this question would be, best suited for MetaVenture owners themselves. So how many years do you think it would take for, you to actually make a full-time income from Upland, like a MetaVenture Upland? Considering, we're at such an early stage right now. How many years do you think it will take to mature to such an extent that
मैंने उनको बोला एड्रेस भेज देता हूँ
full-time income?
कुछ लोगों का एड्रेस चाहिए था मैंने सेंड
I can take over.
Everybody here has at least one MetaVenture. Yeah, whoever wants to take that first, I think it's a great question.
Yeah, I think it's how you approach it too. I think if you're just looking at having one MetaVenture, I think it's going to be pretty difficult to have a full-time income. One thing that SCP and I are looking at doing is building out a broader business. With the Hyde Park Ninjas, we have lots of different avenues that we're pursuing. I wish I could talk about them more right now, but we're just not at that point yet. And so I think I love what Ace is doing. Ace is crushing it with the showrooms, having a lot more ability for people to purchase a lot simpler. It's gotta be easy, right? Because humans are lazy. So if we have to go and fly and travel and do this and that just to buy a product, we're probably gonna opt to not do that. And so I think I would start thinking like, okay, I have this idea for a MetaVenture. How can I begin to expand on that? How can I begin to think in broader terms and building out a community, building out a Discord, a YouTube channel, whatever it is that whatever that suits you. That would be my advice. That's kind of our approach is taking a MetaVenture, taking an idea, and then expanding on it.
I got another question. What do you think is the biggest challenges? The biggest challenge, or the biggest challenges that you're facing right now as MetaVenture owners?
Well, I think we all have challenges. Ace, do you want to grab that? Do you want to grab that cable?
Yeah, it might be the best one.
The growing number of competition, so you need to stand out from the rest. Basically, it's not about just having a shop. Anyone can apply for a shop. Anyone can have a shop. It's having a brand, having something that people recognise. Again, being part of communities because you have that support around you. And being unique, having something different, unique ideas, assuming you're in the creation process. In my opinion, creation is key here. Just selling other people's stuff all the time will only get you so far, that's just my opinion. I know other people do it, they do great at it, and that's awesome. But for me, in my opinion, you have to be part of the creation process. That's why this whole thing was built. It's for people like us to just be able to build and create, do something different. So that's what I would say. As for a time frame, you can't really put a time frame on it because there's so many different factors involved. It's just a case of patience is key, and if you work hard enough at it, it should pay off.
I want to jump in on that just a little bit. Everybody we're talking with has diversification on the mind. It's not that we decide we're going to do one thing and do it a few times and just sit and wait for the optics to pour in or the USD to pour in. It's a matter of you have to build a business like you would in the real world. That's kind of this idea with the MetaVenture is Upland gives you a platform to say this is a point of sale. That's why I always like to think of a shop in the game of Upland. It's a single point of sale. But if I'm going to build a brand, I have Metaventurist, I do a lot of broadcasting, don't monetize that a ton, but that's something that I do. I also have a number of Metaventure shops, just like Ace has a number of different locations, both, manufactured items as well as resale. So you've got to kind of find how you build that brand out for yourself, what you want to do, what can you bring that other people can, and then you have to build that business just like you would.
Thanks. And I got another question. A lot of questions.
Good questions.
So have you thought of any third-party integrations coming from outside of Upland? Like, say somebody owns an e-commerce store, right, and they want to basically sell their product in Upland. Like, do you think that would be possible? And if so, like, how long do you think that would take?
I'm going to give that to one of the Hyde Park Ninjas because they actually already have a product they're selling into the community of Upland. But you know, I'll grab the technical bit of that in the back end. So what do you guys want to grab? What does that look like as far as getting a real world product and finding a way to sell it within your community?
I can take that one. I know you had two other questions to it. I did want to chime in a little bit. So I think as far as the time frame on when something is going to happen or be successful or go into a full-time income, it's a hard question to answer because it's going to depend on what you put into it. So, you know, typically in life, it doesn't matter if it's business, relationships, family, kids, what you put into what you're doing is what you're going to get out of it in most cases. So the more you put into it, if you treat it like a full-time job, you're going to get those full-time benefits. You know, that's the goal. And I think Ace hit the nail on the head when he said patience. Patience is key because nothing happens instantly. And I know nowadays everybody wants everything instantly. You know, if you walk into most people's kitchen anywhere in the world and you go to the microwave, look at the timer. You know, somebody probably was heating something up and got impatient, didn't want to wait, and they opened the door and took the food out, and there's probably, 3 to 10 seconds left on that thing. So that kind of proves that point. But yeah, you just got to be patient. And as far as bringing like an e-commerce store in, we have our coffee line is just one of the products that we deal with, and we have that on our website. And you got to build your community. A lot of it is marketing too. So if you're not marketing your product to anybody, it's never going to sell. You can have the best product in the world, but if nobody knows about it, they're not going to purchase it. And you know, early on, I've been lifelong martial artist, and I've watched masters, some of the best martial arts masters in the world, and they really didn't get to teach a lot of people because they either didn't know how to teach or didn't want to teach. And it's because nobody knew that they were out there, to be taught from. And the more exposure you can give to whatever the product is that you have, the better it's going to be. So build the community and, be there for them too. I know when I was early on and the cars were just starting to come out, I seen Ace's name everywhere. I know if I was looking for some car stuff, I could always go to someone like Ace, Dak, those guys are very in tune to what's going on with that community. And, stay involved in the communities. That's a big part of it. And the better you do with that, and it shouldn't be all about sales. I think if you get that approach that it's always about sales, it's gonna backfire because people don't like that either. So build the community, have a brand, and everything else will kind of fall into place. In my opinion, none of this is financial advice, obviously, but that's the approach we take: slow and steady, and build the community. If you build the community, that's the best place to start, right?
I love that. And again, on my side, I love the technical bit of it. If you're asking for press a button in Upland and make the sale happen somewhere else, that's a question that may or may not ever come. Upland has, kind of the locked ecosystem, what's happening directly Upland. But from what has already been done by SC Kicker, by the Hyde Park Ninjas, is they have this business that's integrated with what they're doing in Upland and their community in Upland. They've built around their node, that they've built around just their broadcasting in Upland, other forms of reaching out and touching people, again, in the community. And then they're selling to that same set of customers because they already know them, already part of the community. And then they have to just have the right product that people want to buy. So I would say that we're there already. You don't have to wait 6 years before you can integrate a web business into Upland. You just have to take your community and make it unique. And Ace, I don't want to exclude you there. I don't think that you're kind of real world product yet.
I haven't got to that, but I know what these guys are doing, and yeah, I think it's basically everything they've said. So.
Which of the questions? Anything else, Rick?
No, that's it. I'm going to just pass the mic on down.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Anybody else? Jacob, we've got plenty to talk about. I don't want to overrun our time here, but we'd love to take any more questions that you have, Dan.
I seen that mic come out in that chair. I thought they were going to be doing some karaoke for us this morning.
Oh, I love the mic. So I gotta say this, if you can't grab another person, I'd love to have them. But guess we're on drinking today. Exactly. There you go. Look over here. There you go. It's all product placement. And I'm gonna see if I can pop something up here. You know what you can do is you can get a shirt. This is what a ninja's doing about. You can get a shirt with your favorite piece of art that you sell. Just put it right in the shirt. That way you can sit on camera. You're like, oh, look at that. What's up?
Truth be told, it's the first time I've really done camera. I was way out of my comfort zone to start this, but I actually hadn't seen that before. I thought to myself, I'm going to need to do some sort of a tie-up that goes around it, you know. So
yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
Hey, speaking of you're in transportation, my grandfather was big into transportation, so I grew up driving a lot of trucks with him when I was a kid. Do you have a lot of semis? Are you going to dive into that aspect of Upland?
So I've only got one semi in the Upland at the moment, so I did have a couple sort of way back. But I must say I got a little patient there, so I and went into it, used that to go into other things as I was expanding, the business, and I've recently started getting them back. So I mean, most people do. I owned about 6% of the cargo vans at one point in time, but so I think pretty well there. But I traded them off and they got some crops in the meantime that have paid themselves, and I do plan on getting back into the transport side of things very soon. I expect to see it starting to come in the next year to 18 months, I believe. So better to get in now while nobody wants to run. So
well, yeah, I just started my first car shop because I mean, there was no point for me to have a shop in Upland for a resale location because of the way Upland was doing their sales. And then the last couple of cycles where Upland is selling directly to car showrooms, now it's a different market. So, the same thing with walking stores, it seemed like, okay, there was a flooded market, there's all these shops. Now that you have the opportunity to get potentially on wholesale product, marketing Marchese is still important, selling your product is still important, but now there's more use case for the layer one, at least for me, the layer one shop, as opposed to trying to find places to do flips or sell outside, or through somebody else's shop, or through other servers, which I think we've all done. We've all done sales of properties from servers and other servers.
Something I'm curious on, that you touched on there, where the exclusive sales to the MetaVenture owners, is that something they intend on continuing down that path of exclusivity only, or do we know if they'll bring public sales? Because I actually like the idea of the specific MetaVentures getting that wholesale idea, and because then they're not fighting with the public. If they collectively set it on a realistic price, then that is the price for the public to buy. That is the joys of owning the MetaVenture, not having to acquire them off secondary market, back off secondary market. I definitely like the idea of that wholesale idea.
And again, we're players. Again, I keep my ear to the ground. I've been broadcasting again. The Hyde I would call them broadcasters. You guys are broadcasters as well. I don't know if you guys haven't set up with UCS, and you guys should. Official broadcasting with Upland, but
Being patient. For being patient.
Okay. But I keep my ear to the ground, and one of the things there, Ace, is it feels that way. It feels like they're going to push more for the exclusivity. People push back on the way those sales were happening. I don't think that we're not going to see sales in the Apple store anymore. I think we're going to keep seeing those, but I think it is a good methodology. I think Upland sees, if they can see success in it, if they can get good sell-through product, they can make those products big to the secondary market, and then they have a life in the secondary market. I think that Upland will take that and continue in that direction. It just makes sense. It's working well. And ultimately, as long as Upland can keep bringing players in who have a use case in cars, and Upland can continue to make cars work well. Hint, transportation this quarter. So if transportation of individuals between cities is going to happen this quarter with cars, that's the use case you're waiting for. You know, you on your side with cars, and you got my side with cars for the last year and a half since cars have essentially been existing.
I think too, for the people that are not necessarily into the cars or the transportation side of it, you know, what kind of opportunities are going to be out there from a marketing perspective? There's a lot of racing going on, and if you watch NASCAR and all these different races, all of the brands that are on those cars, you know, that's going to be a whole other avenue possibly that, you know, there's marketing revenue that can come into the tracks or the car owners or however it works out. So, you know, there's so much that can be done with it over time. And again, you got to be patient and things that happen, and you know, more utility is going to come. So people that are in it and are patient with it, they'll be there to, you know, hopefully reap those rewards. So.
And Dan, I want to throw back to you. Do you have more questions? Again, I don't want to overrun our time here, but I think we're having a great conversation.
We don't. We're out of questions. But I think everyone's loved the conversation, and we're willing to learn more from you within the metaverse and otherwise. So back to you.
Yeah, perfect. So, like I said, I see we're right at time. What do you want us to wrap up and just give everybody their piece, let everyone plug what they're working on, and then we can take over from there. Because, like I said, I'd love to run 2 hours here, but I know there's some other speakers coming right on.
Yeah, sure.
Everyone is talking about this new virtual.
The next set, I know we're going to right up on our backside, but I do want to give everybody, I know we could do this for another hour and a half, there's no question, but I want to give everyone their opportunity to kind of plug what they're doing so people can see what's out there. I know, Ace, you've been really instrumental with working with other people, helping them come in. I know that the ninjas, you guys have been instrumental with other people reaching out to you. I'll let them do that. I'll plug myself before I send it to you guys, so I can give you guys the last word here. But first and foremost, obviously, on my side of things, obviously, primarily a broadcaster. Do a number of Metaventurist game. Metaventurist on YouTube is the easiest place to see it. On Twitter, the Beats 55. Try to keep it remote. Metaventurist and people who are running businesses in the game level. Talk about being here. And of course, you know, everybody who's here has that same community aspect. If you want to reach out and ask questions further, we'd love to see those and love to help as we can. Go right ahead, right across the border as I'm looking at the next one. I think it is going to be KO Ninjas the next on my list, as far as my order of speakers.
Yeah, thanks Ken for putting this on and having us on. It's been great, and thanks Goldsmith for hosting. And I don't want to take everything from that stick kicker because we say a lot of the same stuff. But I think what I would like to plug is probably at this moment our Discord. That's where you can just get information from the Hyde Ninjas and stay up to date with what we're working on. We also do contests and giveaways every single week, and just keep the community involved and have a lot of fun. And then just for those that are listening and looking to build businesses, whether you're just a player or looking to actually build out a business in Upland, I see a lot of people start a MetaVenture and then they just are upset or complain when they're not making money right away. And the ones that are out there hustling, they're in the Discords, they're you know, gaining knowledge on what it is that they're selling and really putting the work into it, working with communities. Those are the ones that are succeeding. So anyway.
Go ahead, Ace, jump in from you.
Before we go to Ace, I just wanted to make one comment. Because I know Ace reached out to me that he wanted to do some giveaways, but Ace, unfortunately, because of the audio situation, we cannot streamline the online video for watching us on YouTube. So perhaps we'll have to do that separately, and maybe we can do that with all of you another season, perhaps on Goldsmith too. If he's willing to do that.
The offer out there, so, you know, never hurts to give away a few things to get it out in the community. And so, yeah, I guess, pretty much, summed it up pretty much perfectly. And, you know, assets are mainly my thing. You know, trying to bring my next attempt is to bring map assets into the layer 2, give them a purpose outside of the layer 1. I believe I'm the only person thinking about it, so it's again, patience is key. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. A lot of work in trying to figure ideas just for the base ideas, and then trying to implement it into actually something and getting a game created or working with communities to get games created. I'm always interested in hearing people's ideas if they want to work with me. And yeah, that's basically where I'm at the moment.
So, Ace Collectibles, right? That's the place to get in the Discord. That's the place to reach you and find you.
Ace Collectibles, that's the one.
And SC, taking over. What would it take on this?
I think KO and Ace covered everything there, so you're doing a job now. As far as the Hyde Park pages, there's KO, big screen. The best place to reach out to us is definitely Discord. We're very active in our Discord. You know, we do weekly contests with UFC pick'ems if you're into that. We do NFL pick'ems. Right now the NFL season is starting to wind down, so we just got a few more weeks of that, and then we'll move on to something different. We do races interactive on our screens, and so the best place is like the Discord. You can get a hold of us. We're pretty available. If we're not teaching, we'll be on there and get back to you right away. If we don't get back to you, we're teaching and on the floor kicking. So as far as YouTube, definitely hit us up on YouTube. We have a lot of information there, whether it be sometimes we've got our artist on from the Hyde Park Ninjas Project, and we showed some of the beautiful artwork that she does and some of the characters. So we have any kind of updates like that we can put out at that time. And then we just do a lot of fun stuff. We like to engage and have fun with the community, and that's a big part of it for us. We're both big people persons, and is that a word? People persons. So we just get out there and kind of kick it. That's it. Yeah. That could be a good shirt. Us, they're people. That's the easiest way to get a hold of us, Discord or YouTube right now. We do have a website, it's HydeParkNinjas.com, and you can actually get the ninja out of there. Transparency as far as if you're outside the country. I don't know with shipping that it's economical to ship across into certain countries, or if it would even make it there.
Coffee's what gets I was going to say, coffee's one of those things that's hard to ship internationally sometimes.
Yeah, they'll have the dog sniffing that, it'll be gone before it gets there. But, so if you're in the States, we haven't had any issues. We can get stuff out fairly quick now. We kind of was a little bit choppy in the beginning, and we're going to try to fine-tune now and some work stuff.
Well, appreciate it, and thank you guys. KO, thank you, Ace, thank you, Hanson Kicker, and thank you, Tan. Again, it's great to see that, I jumped on YouTube earlier. It's hard to hear some of the audio. I know the audio is a little funky. I know you'll have better versions up later, right? The recordings. Perfect. So looking forward to being able to watch this later. I see some guests up next. And how do we do this transition? Do you want me to admit them? Do you want somebody to take back over?
Yeah, just admit Joe, and we can make him. We can just admit Joe and make him a host. That's
Oh my gosh, I can do that. All right. Again, thank you so much, everybody. Please feel free to reach out to any of us if you want to get more information about Metaventures or what you're doing in the Metaverse. Let me grab Joe real quick, and I'll have him take things over here.
All right, Jan, thanks again.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
And thank you, ladies. jumping in if you don't mind, hop if you like, everything, so I can make sure you're in, and then I can give you everything, I think.
You want us out, Coach?
Yeah, I think everyone's all set. Thank you guys for being in, and I'll see you guys later anyways.
Thank you very much. See you for a second there.
Everyone is talking.
Oh man, here I was the fun table.
Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play.
All right, guys, you're live. Joe, over to you.
Hey everybody. Well wait, we got X1 here. I feel bad. I feel like X1 would be a much better lead, but I'll take it. I guess I'll keep leading it, I suppose, unless X1.
No, please, thank you later. You are the expert here.
All right. Well, welcome everybody. My name is Thank Me Later, and I am hosting the panel on broadcasting. We got a lot of absolutely famous broadcasters here.
And spatial, and they use those platforms to create content as well.
Yeah, sure. And I mean, with Problem TV, we didn't try to use Nowhere yet. We are waiting for the access and all this stuffs, and we are kind of busy. So yeah, it's like it's a process, but we really want to start to incorporate like some real metaverse content in our show. So we really plan to have like a small portion of the show into casted from Nowhere, so from the plaza. For instance, it will be like the market updates. So it's a small portion of the show, and so we're really excited to put that up because it will really emphasize more with what we do, so the metaverse, and bring the real topic inside the show. Because I really think broadcasting through old ways, media ways like YouTube and Twitch, it's good for now, but we will really soon move to really meet people in the metaverse and have our show in the metaverse and quit from the old ways. I think like in the next like 5 years we'll see like much more casting directly from the metaverse. I mean, I hope.
I think John wants to. I would imagine John thinks it's going to be more aggressive than 5 years. 5 years probably feels like a lifetime. John, are you seeing a lot of adoption and creation? I mean, yeah, that's a really good point. Nowadays, with the really immersion of avatars and being able to create kind of these immersive experiences, as X1 said, what are you seeing, and how are you seeing new broadcasters come alive in that space?
I mean, I think the way we tend to think about it is like we're in an era of like most of this broadcast and content has been pushed out over the last 10 years from Justin TV to Twitch to YouTube coming online as a one to many. It's like I'm broadcasting to you and I'm speaking and you're listening, and then the chat activates. There's not an embodiment of that experience. And now with the metaverse spaces, you have an embodiment of the audience. So the audience gets to play a more active role within that. Not only in I'm speaking to you and you're listening, but now I can start to respond and I can start to interact in a different way than just text-based. So I can respond with audio and I can move my body within the space and I can be in interaction that starts to feel more mimicking a real life experience. And I think that's what is really exciting about tools like Nowhere and Spatial and a lot of other metaverse platforms that are enabling communities like Upland and other broadcasters in experimenting with how now do we broadcast in a many-to-many format, letting the audience have more participatory, response and interaction, and getting the audience to engage more with each other, in a Q&A format or in bringing them on stage. And I think that we're just now starting to see how people are using it in that way. Where there's a lot more interaction with the crowd and a lot more, intersection back and forth between participants within the crowd, like you might have at a real life event.
No, that's a great point. And on that, I guess what I'll open up to the panel is, how do you engage with your audience? Because that's definitely one of the bigger challenges. You're creating content. If you're doing, like we started as a podcast, right? You're not really live interacting with the podcast. You're creating content, you're publishing it. I think most of us do live streams, whether it's on YouTube or Twitch. How do you create an engaging experience for your listeners on maybe some of the more traditional media? And then we'll talk about how does that landscape change when you start talking about actually being live in a metaverse? Cheese, I would love to hear you, because I feel like you would have great community engagement. Because you have great engagement. Like, I know you've been on the podcast several times, and honestly, you watch the podcast, and your engagement as an audience member is always fantastic and appreciated. So what are your tips and tricks? Like, how do you keep your audience engaged?
So what I do is I hold races. I have a speedway, the Cheese Breeze, in my Bronxdale node, and with that I change it around because not everybody has a really fast car. So I put the cheese spin on it and say, instead of coming in first, you come in third or fourth, second or fifth, yada yada. It makes the race more fun. All the cars are nice and bunched together, kind of fighting, and that kind of brings the interaction in regards to, it's a contest. Another way that I do this is I have an NFT an NFT collection that I gave utility to in regards to every Friday during my show. If you own the NFT, you get a chance to be on the wheel and a chance to win map assets or UPX or whatnot. So that kind of engages people as well that way. And then I'll do offline contests where they have to put like a comment in the YouTube comment section, and then they come back next week to see who won.
Nice. So leveraging, I mean, it sounds like you're really attacking on all fronts, leveraging not only the tools available to you from just the, hey, trying to get your comments up through that, but also leveraging NFTs. So obviously we're in a Web3 space. That's super cool to hear. And then directly into Upland, like, hey, go do some races. And by the way, I have heard with the cheese spin, that took off. That was a genius idea of not having to come in first. So having people fight to be slower or to come in last. I've heard some amazing stories come out of that. So well done, innovator, true innovator in the space. What about Nosif, Musita? How are you guys? Is it different for y'all? How are you engaging your audience? I mean, Musita, you said you have 10,000 followers. I definitely want to get some tips and tricks for the audience on how you manage to do that, because that's huge.
Yes, that's a good number, and I think what I did correctly maybe was because I was a professor for 7 years before Upland, so I know how to get a very hard news or something about Upland, understand it, and give it back in a simple way. So I hear this a lot. When X1 sends a message, some people say in the Discord, oh, I won't read it. I am gonna wait the video from Sida, so he's gonna explain it simpler in a simpler way.
It was like a baby bird. You chew it up and feed it out.
Ouch, X1, ouch.
I'm too complicated.
Well, I would also imagine that's got to be a language barrier, right?
Yeah, it's in English. I think only 4% of Brazilian people knows how to speak in English, so a lot of them are waiting because they can't read. But we have the translator ready in Google Chrome.
Sure.
But
it's
good.
There's a lot of nuance that gets lost in there. I mean, especially like some of the contests and things, you kind of have to read between the lines. So I've learned on some of the content.
Yes,
so, okay, so you have, so I think that's an important piece though, identifying a niche of like, where are you targeting? So you've specifically said, hey, where I'm really strong is taking information and giving it back to my community in a native language. And so like, that is an important piece of broadcasting as well, understanding like who you're kind of targeting your audience. And it sounds like that's worked well. To grow that base.
Yes, I don't know how to explain 10,000 people, but maybe because Brazil is huge, right? Almost 200 million people here. So, yeah, but it's a very, very new thing in Brazil. NFTs, Web3, we don't talk about that here a lot, and so it's amazing. My live shows, we have like 70 people live every Monday, so it's a lot comparing to other Web3 live shows. But yeah, as
is that shots fired? Are you shooting shots? You got Web3 shows over here. So you're like, 70. It's compared to a lot to you. Hey, we're happy to have our 5 listeners every week. I'll have you know.
But yeah, it's amazing. We have a lot, and they're just waiting for some news that they didn't read, or I don't know, but they are there.
And so how do you keep them engaged? I mean, as you grow, I mean, 70 is, in all fairness, that's a lot of people to keep engaged for any amount of time. So how do you keep them engaged? How do you keep them coming back?
And to be honest, I never make I never write down what I have to say, just turn the video on and start saying. So I start interacting with the people, what they are asking. Like maybe because I'm 3 years playing Upland, I know a lot of stuff, so I can answer quickly. But we do a lot of things like giveaways also, and giveaways are almost the goodest the thing that they look for in some live shows. But
no, I mean that's the reality of streaming, right? Like, so you would you say you do giveaways fairly regularly on your show?
Yes, sometimes some other players like TMS, they ask, oh, talk about my node and I'm gonna give something. So I get a lot of
yeah, so that's something we haven't talked about is cross promotion and leveraging your platform for others who aren't broadcasters. So again, that's another opportunity if you have a Metaventure, if you have a project going on, to leverage the broadcast community. So you'll have people that actually like sponsor giveaways and say, hey, give us a plug for our whatever it is, and we'll give some things away on your show.
Yes, it happens a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a very positive collaboration. I don't like to be cliche, but definitely a win-win scenario, right? Your audience gets something, and yeah.
It's all about Upland. It not involves money. I talk about your project in Upland, and you give me something from your project in Upland, and you're gonna give it away from someone. So it's a win-win inside Upland. It's amazing.
Yeah, I would definitely say, and Nosif, I would like to hear you. I would imagine, do you have giveaways on your show as well?
Well, that's a really hot topic. Yeah, first of all, I'm pretty much in the same situation than Mochida, because like we're represented like outside of US, like English speakers like communities. So most of, and when Mochida said 4% of Brazilians speak English, maybe in France it's like 0.0000001%. So we have like a huge edge on the community.
Is it that you can't speak English or you don't want to speak English?
I don't know. I don't want to get into that. No, I'm kidding. Like, but it's true. We have a great edge on our communities because most of the people, they have to pass by us to have like a clear information, because Upland is not like complicated, but there is so much going on, so much to decipher. So yeah, first of all, and then about the giveaways, actually we used to have like a lot of giveaways, but we get really exhausted from that because we don't have side partners for such things. So it came straight from our pocket. Mostly was like Apex and Spark, and like the logistic was complicated, and we really believe with Norfolk, which I do everything with for the French community, the French speaker community. Yeah, it was like really exhausting, and we think we have like a really good content. Like it's a fake content. You know, we decipher the news. We have like market updates. And we have also like a file. Every week we do a file on like a hot topic or something like overall that's going on in a plan. We really go into that. We work with Google Slides, so we have like a lot of content that displays. We don't cast our screen, so we don't stream, never. We just like slide content that we grab like in the week, and it's always like straight in a plan. We really barely never speak about things outside of a plan. So yeah, we really had this standpoint when we started to be exhausted from paying giveaways and such things, and say, okay, we will keep making like a better content and just quit giveaway for now. And when times will come when we will have like better audiences, broader audiences, and people will want to promote their projects, etc. We'll restart giveaways. But for now, yeah, we have like sometimes 20, sometimes 30% like live on Twitch, so such is not that bad, I think. But we don't have giveaways, And I think, we're proud of that because I mean, the content's not that bad, but giveaways will come back for sure because we want like Muchida to have like thousands and thousands of followers, etc. So that's cool.
Yeah, no, I think like that is definitely something to be aware of. You don't have to do giveaways, but I would say that that is something that's fairly common in the streaming world. Be careful about overcomplicating, spreading yourself thin. It does not have to be a lot. You do not have to give away the farm. Just small giveaways is great and fun. Yeah. So are you raising your hand or waving?
I'm raising my.
Okay.
I just want to come back when you have a metaventure, especially a map asset metaventure, and you create your own stuff to put out there and sell. A lot of times when I do the prizes and I give away something from my metaventure, the person that comes to pick it up will purchase 2 or 3 more items, giving me money. So I know there's a lot of like static right now about, we don't do prizes because we're great. My show is called the worst show ever because Wait, it's okay.
All right.
Because I'm having fun. I love what I'm doing. I don't care if I have 5 people or 20 or 30 people, but it's fun, and I give away to promote my products and my NFTs.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say. Giveaways with a purpose are great, and that's a great perspective too. I love the sneakiness of like, oh hey, why don't you come to my store to pick up your prize and maybe do some shopping while you're there. That's a very
sneaky business tactics.
Yeah, okay. Tomato. No, I love it. Savvy.
Thank you. Excellent.
So I like the diversity in how you're leveraging, giveaways, the partnership aspect, the self-promotion aspect, and honestly identifying, hey, maybe this isn't the right thing for our stream at the moment for whatever reason. I think, there's no wrong way to, I would say it's very common in the streaming game to have giveaways as a way of engaging with your audience. On that, relating to audience, so sure, once you get them, we can keep them engaged and interact with them. How are you getting them? So my next question to the panel is, what is your method, if any, of attracting new users? Are you doing SEO? Is it about tagging your content correctly? Do you actively promote in different channels? What does that look like for you? And how are you attracting new viewers to your content?
Pick one of us, TML.
Oh, you? Cheese?
Okay.
How are you gonna get your 5 viewers to 6? That's what.
Well, today on my Morecheese in the Metaverse show, I had like 30 viewers. So anyway, I do it by being very familiar with the community, networking. I'll have people on my show. The people I have on my show will advertise me on their Discord. I interviewed Streicher today from the UPX Spark Exchange. That went really well. I got like about 10 new people to my Discord. It was a really large audience due to his popularity and the UPX Spark Exchange popularity. I've had other, people on there from other projects that will come along, and I do have other projects other than Upland, and I do this. I talk about Upland mostly, but sometimes the guests will not be from Upland, and I do this to introduce a broader audience to Upland, and that has happened that way, whereas I know a big project, Avalon the Druids, that I met in NFtopia one time. I brought them over, and a lot of people from that project came over to Upland. So I'm hoping to continue on that and bring other projects into the Upland Metaverse realm as well.
Cross-pollination networking, definitely absolutely critical. I would say, I love the concept. Oh, good. Sorry, was somebody saying something? Yeah, and I would say having guests on your show definitely increases viewership. I know we were lucky enough to have John on the UPX podcast, and being able to invite people who are in auxiliary projects, and Stosh is a great example as well, who's building layer 2. Those kind of creators bring their own built-in audiences and being able to attract that way. That's fantastic. What about our foreign dignitaries? How are you all attracting? How did you get to, and Stosh is up next. I know I was gonna say, I actually see Stosh in the waiting room, so just keep around because Stosh, the man, the myth, the legend is actually coming on next. Musita, how do you get to 10,000 followers? What's your plan to get to 20,000, 30,000?
Yeah, I think for one year I was the only one talking about Upland in Brazil. So, and I think I'm the only one that talks only about Upland. We have other people that talk about Web3 or investments, and they also talk about Upland. But only Upland is just Upland Brazil. So I think everyone is gonna end up in my channel at some point because they want to hear more. And something that I think it's working is small videos with a lot of how to or don't do that. So people are looking for, whoa, how do I play that? What do I have to do? It's not a 1 hour explanation, or they have to like a video about Upland this week. So they don't even know what's going on that video. I have a lot of videos like how to sell with the correct price. Don't do this mistake. So they find those videos easily. So I think even in YouTube, when they are trying to understand Upland for the first time, in Portuguese, my videos are gonna show up. I think it's the only video that talk about Upland. So that's why I'm getting more and more people every time, because I started earlier and I was the only one the first time. So, and the other people are complementing the videos, like they talk more about the video, like
so you're leveraging your niche, you're making targeted videos. That's a great call out. So you're not just doing like your weekly stream, you're making it more digestible, easier to find, and that's helping you bring eyes. That's actually a great point. I do want to make sure that we leave some time for audience questions. Nosif, do you have any other tips, tricks that you would give to broadcasters on getting your viewers?
I mean, like, I will speak about something that I'm not doing, but I should, and I think we all should. It's leverage like AI, because there is like really great tools out there. Like that's, I mean, the whole purpose is, like for me, I took 1 afternoon every week to produce the show, and I really thought like, okay, we do a lot of job. It's not common sense to just use it like in a 1 hour show, drop it on YouTube, and that's it. I think there is like thousands of content, different ways of like splitting the content and spread it everywhere. So AI should help us like a lot to do that, but I didn't reach this point yet. I do it like myself. I do it like manually. So I cut the show and I drop like content, small 20-second videos on TikTok, such things. We do shorts on YouTube. Actually, we don't do shorts on YouTube yet, but we will. And also now there is like so we cut in YouTube. We have like the full show. We have the news part that it's cut. We have like the market update that is cut, and we have like the full file, the dossier, how we call it, cut. So we from that because the 1 hour show was way too long, and now it's so I guess the best way is to make whatever you can do with like the content you already created, like make it like, you know, like in small pieces and spread it everywhere. Yeah.
No, that's great. In fact, I'm taking notes myself. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Like, if you're already creating the content, you know, like we do an hour show, and we're pretty bad about it because we just literally dump that out there. You don't have to, you know, what I'm hearing is you don't have to then go do a 5-minute market update. You don't have to go do another 5-minute segment. You can just cut the content you already have and re-leverage that. That is a perfectly acceptable way to help drive more engagement and easier consumable content for users. Love that.
By the way, shout out to Morecheese and Ben, because like this ideas came from them. They were the first to start this structure. So shout out to you guys.
Very
and
cool.
Morecheese, the queen of the Metaverse.
Yes.
And the Pixel Goddess, just FYI, that's my NFT behind him from when No Seat,
the background.
when No Seat was
Morecheese art.
the Wine and Cheese show. I did co-ops of every episode of the guest that came on, and that was No Seats. He's sitting on Red Hook.
That's awesome. All right, I think we got some audience questions, so I'll pass it over to Tan. What do you got for us?
Absolutely. We do have a lot of audience questions, but the first question is actually from me, myself. We see a lot of new broadcasters coming up, right? So the biggest burning question for a lot of broadcasters that we have is how do you get partnerships with people who would like to display advertisements on your live streams, because that's how you make revenue. So the main question for broadcasters, essentially, because ad revenues are bread and butter, right? How do you gather that at the stage that we are, and especially as you're starting out? And then once you answer that, I'll pass off the mic to the audience for the next question.
Okay, well, I'm going to play dumb on this a little bit. Is anybody making revenue from this content?
No, I'm losing revenue.
I think you're asking the wrong people, man. This is a project of love. Like, for me, it's never been about the revenue. It's about the community. I couldn't tell you. When you were asking about the advertisers, I was like, yeah, we advertise like URL, like we advertise in-game, like little things, but no, I don't think I'm gonna be approaching Procter & Gamble like, hey, you guys want to advertise Pringles on our show? I don't know that that's a model. Again, ad revenue is just not even a concept for us. That's not really why we're doing it. I don't know about anybody else. Morecheese would probably be the closest to probably getting some revenue. What do you got? Brazilian nuts? I don't know who would sponsor you. Somebody.
Well, my channel had that subscribe button, but it's like $2. And if you want to, you can help, because like we pay a lot. I pay for example StreamYard, CapCut, those kind of apps. So it's just to help keeping that working. So some players, they give like $2 every month.
Yeah.
But it's not. I don't do videos only for those people that pay. It's just if you want to, if you can help. But it's very
if you're looking to make revenue, I'll be honest, at this point, I don't think streaming Upland content is going to be it. Like if you're streaming Upland content, it's because you love Upland, because you love the community, because you want to promote your maybe internal projects that you're working on. That's a great way. But if you're looking at it because you want to get ad revenue and be a big time streamer, we're not there. So I don't want to set anybody on the wrong expectation. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm just missing the boat. I'm old school, but I don't see that.
I think.
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I think like what you mentioned. Like my personal goal with it's like inform people, but also to place my own product, because Upland is a big market actually. So I'm not expecting like people from outside Upland to come and promote their stuff. I will promote my stuff, I will promote your stuff, and that's how it will work actually. So yeah, we in some ways we get paid already because we have like a forefront for our stuffs, and like Upland is a platform that is used by a lot of people actually. So it's a big market. So yeah, I think like in some sense I'm already paid. Yeah.
Nice. Well, that's good to hear. All right, Cheese, I saw your hand was up, and then I'll give David it.
I was gonna say something similar. I just wanted to say that like I do my stream because it's fun. I have like a job, but for me it's the promoting my MetaVenture products and my NFTs, and that like for you to be popular out there, you do have to have a brand and promote your brand. If you want to, it's brand awareness and fun.
Brand awareness is a good one. Yeah, and maybe not external sponsors in the traditional sense, but definitely promoting your brand, promoting communities that you're a part of. X1, what?
Yeah, I was just going to say, just off your point, thank me later. I think what sets Upland apart is you can take content creation and you can focus on next level engagement. So I think everybody here streams almost exclusively Upland content, but imagine if I'm but you don't have to. You can leverage Upland for that next level engagement. You can leverage the 3D spaces in Upland with Nowhere for that next level engagement. So imagine, for instance, I'm a content creator and I show everybody, my channel or my content is about how to fix cars. And then I'm inside of Upland and I have a neighborhood in Detroit. Well, now all of a sudden I've built this community, or I can bring my community and I can say, hey, you're my neighbor in Detroit. Come here and we interact on this next level. And that's really, because Upland is location based, and that's our focus. The community building aspect, we're really just at the beginning of it. And I think long term, we're going to see content creators coming in and leveraging that aspect of it in ways that we can only imagine. But it's engagement 2.0. It's just next level engagement. It's that all of a sudden, hey, I'm a neighbor with Thank Me Later. Hey, I'm right next to, well, in fact, I won, shout out, I'm really good at coming in second place. I won one of Morecheese's races, and I have her playground, and it's amazing. And it's this next level connection now that I have with Morecheese that otherwise wouldn't exist if I was just watching Morecheese on Twitch, or if I was just, and so you can come in and I think we're gonna see content creators from all walks of life not focused on Upland, rather using Upland as a way to take engagement to the next level.
Yeah, no, that's a great perspective. Thank you.
And if I can add something, it's to show how the path of the pace of Upland is in terms of content. So the Tokyo expansion was like this week, and we put it in the side news because there was so much to talk about. It's a huge event and it was really excited, but we didn't have time much to. It's just like, okay, there is the pass, there is the block explorers to win, and how this is how it will work for this expansion. But it was really, there is no room for everything now. The Upland is a too broad ecosystem with so much stuff going on that we need actually like more broadcasters, and even in the French-speaking community, we want to expand. We want other like casts brought by other people than us to have like really specific topics. For example, like the FPS. We want people like a show on only FPS from the Upland TV and all this kind of stuff. So
definitely lots of opportunity for expansion. Tan, I think you said you got one more audience question. I know we're at time, but Stosh can wait. Where you got? I don't know if it's not muted.
Hear us? Can you hear us?
We got you now. Go.
Okay, so I have a question on a burn mechanism. Upland has introduced recently burn mechanism. So when do you think we will have the same mechanism for old BEs?
I didn't quite get that question. I don't know if anybody else heard.
Yeah, I don't think that mic is on. I think it's coming through the
Yeah, you have to go closer to the computer. The laptop.
Talk to the computer. Come tell us.
When will we have burn mechanisms for old block explorers? I think is the question. I mean, I think what you guys have seen is it was last month that we introduced the burn mechanism for the first time with the Miami expansion, and we've had 3 burn events since then, maybe 4 burn events total since then, and so you're going to see those quickly ramp up, and I think I don't have details on a specific date, but I think soon.
Wait, are you saying that there'll be burn mechanics for old block explorers potentially?
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely something that is being discussed and that we've talked about.
PE market speculation just went wild, everybody. You heard it here first.
There's no specific dates or anything like that, but I mean, the possibilities are endless with the burn mechanism, and it's something that we're discussing and looking at every single day.
That would be insane. Now I'm gonna go stockpiling BEs. You heard it here first. No, thank you. Good question. Not sure it had a ton to do with broadcasting, but as a BE collector, I appreciated it.
I have a follow-up question on that one.
Is it related to broadcasting, or you just want to ask? You just ask X1 questions. We're all here.
Yeah, so do you think when we would be having the utility for the old BE?
Yeah, when utility for the old BEs, X1, when are we getting driver mechanics?
Good question.
Good question.
I think that question is probably above my pay grade. That's the stance I'll take there. But yeah, no, it's something again that has been discussed for a long time. Especially, I think we're going to see the first iteration of that with driving. I know with and driving is evolving as we speak. I think in the roadmap that was most recently released here, last week, transportation was discussed about. So we're getting there, and it's very exciting. But yeah, I think the first iterations of that is going to come in racing and skill set there.
Very cool. All right, I'm gonna. I think that's gonna do it for us. I'm gonna bring Stosh in, mostly because I just want to say hi to Stosh.
Sure, you can do that.
There, connect the audio. All right.
And it's like, no, shut it down.
We've lost control of the stream. Well, that's what happens when you give me control. I don't know why you make me controller of this. Seems ill-advised. It's like you've never watched any of the content I've created because I'm a watcher.
Did you see the GIF I made from your toes?
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Where is it?
Oh, Morecheese has to send it to you.
End the call and restart it, and it should be there.
Please send me. No, I need to get. I've decided I'm gonna make for an asset collection a totem asset collection of toes.
Totally fan.
Brilliant.
Totems.
Just brilliant. Where are you?
And Cheese, if you don't think I'm giving you a toenail necklace at Genesis Week, you're insane. Because that's happening. If you leave the call, he will automatically come here. He's already here. He's here. I'm gonna make host. Stosh, you're now the man in charge.
I've got to jump, y'all. Awesome to be here.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Thanks, John.
Bye, y'all.
I don't get those.
I think you do it with No, is it a reaction?
Yeah, it's no, it's like there's different. This one, I think thumbs up is one.
If you get it, I'm gonna be
cool.
so mad at you, TML.
Oh, this one.
Sorry about that. I had a hidden button somewhere. That wouldn't let me turn my audio
Why not working?
Yeah, mine doesn't work. Shaq's works. Danny did this one.
Wait. How?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that does like
sometimes it reads it
fireworks.
well, and sometimes it. What it might be, turn off your blur. It might like be messing that up.
Oh, I don't want you guys to see the back of
Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses all with...
Transition back. All right, you're live. You have the floor.
Hi everybody, I'm Stosh with the UPX Spark Exchange. I'm going to give you a quick breakdown of what that Spark Exchange is and some future development that we're working on. So the Spark Exchange is a 24-hour, 7 days a week Spark rental service. So inside of Upland, if you don't have enough Spark or you're trying to create structures very quickly, you can come and rent Spark from other players. Or if you have an abundance amount of Spark and you want to make a couple extra UPX, you can then go and rent on other people's buildings. And then once you have a structure, you can go and play in the Spark Tycoon. The Spark Tycoon is basically a resource gathering idle type game where you turn your structures into resource nodes. So think lumber mills, ore mines. We have an energy node. So as you build these nodes, they will constantly give you more resources so you can continue to build different types of nodes. And then those resources you gather, you can either build, you can sell in the marketplace. And as we continue to build out our infrastructure, we're working towards layer 3 type games to add more utility to those structures. Simple example, we're currently working on a survivor type game. In that game, you might need things such as potions, right? So you get injured in the game, you need a potion to heal yourself. Well, how do you get the resources for the potion? You do that through your resource nodes. So you have a garden. That garden makes flowers, so you can get specific alchemy type crafting mechanisms so you can play the other games. So that's pretty much our project in a nutshell. I don't know if anybody has any questions or if I could elaborate on anything for you.
Questions, guys? Spark Tycoon? Really? Anything? Go sit there.
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I wanted to know, there's been a lot of growth in the game over the past few years. There's been a lot of growth in the game over the past few years, but I haven't seen the price of Spark really, too much. Seen a lot of constructions being power per day, like that hasn't really moved much. Just curious as to why that.
So the real reason it hasn't moved is because inside of Upland, what can you do with your structure? So today, unless you're a MetaVenture or you have a dev shop or you're some sort of organization, you have no real utility for that structure. So if you go make a micro house, it's either you make it your home residence or it just sits there. So the Spark Tycoon is taking that initiative to give you utility to that structure. So now when you go make a micro house, you can start generating resources and you have a reason to have it. Right, and that's the real reason Spark price has gone down. Right, there's not much you can do with Spark other than build. And why do you want to build? Well, nobody knows. So now we've given you a reason to build, right? And as utility, these other layer 2s come on, as Upland adds more utility, you will continue to see that cost of Spark to rise.
So what's Spark Tycoon exactly?
Spark Tycoon is a layer 2 application that allows you to generate resources. You ever played like a venture capitalist or lemonade stand, some variation of that? So the general idea is you take your structure, right, your micro house, and you can decide what type of resource node you want to start gathering. And as you gather more resources, you can build more items inside of Spark Tycoon. And then you can take those resources and either sell them on the marketplace or you can build more.
Got it. And once travel, transportation comes up, once that comes out, and there'll be other business models like warehousing and things like that, so that definitely will increase the utility of Spark more, I'm assuming.
Correct, yes.
How far out do you think that will be?
I can't speculate when Upland will have it inside of their system, but I imagine a layer 2 organization has the ability to bring it out a lot faster.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Yep.
Any more questions? Please.
Hi.
Yeah, so I have a question on similar to Spark Exchange. Do you think there could be a use case for the Proton Exchange as well?
The use case for what?
Proton.
Possibly. I don't see how I can allow users to rent Proton or anything to that effect right now. That doesn't mean in the future they won't give us the capability to do it.
Yeah, because right now we can, there is an option we can feed that token to other user token. So similar to that, going forward, we can have that as well, so that we can use our token to feed other token.
So you're kind of suggesting, yeah, okay. I could see a use case for it. I don't, off the top of my head, see how that fits right into the Spark Exchange right now, but who knows? Yeah. Yep. Thank you.
Hi, Plosch. So I have the next question for you. We have seen that it's been even less than 1 year since you have taken on the leadership of Spark Exchange. Now, some may argue that you didn't ask for that role, you were pushed into it. But how has that journey been so far? What has been your learnings? The change of control of ownership to you and everything that comes with it?
Sure. So I've actually been a co-founder since day one. Myself and Caffeine wrote all the original code and the back-end infrastructure for what was originally the UP2 Data Hub, which got changed into the Spark Exchange. So I've been in the leadership role since the beginning. Masi was the face of our product. He facilitated all the community functions. He was handling, the transactions. But behind the scenes, I've always been a part of it. Once we, kind of separated ways, and Caffeine and I took full ownership of the Spark Exchange. Prior to that, we sat down and wrote out an entire roadmap of objectives that we wanted to accomplish, and we're just currently working towards them. I mean, we're partially way through where we actually want to be. There's a lot more development that is on the road, and yeah, I mean, we're just grinding it out. I don't have a problem being, in front, so here we are. Hopefully that answered what you're asking. Yeah.
Absolutely. The Spark Tycoon have a lot of debates on the fall of the energy prices in the secondary market. So how do you look at that, and are there any plans to maybe enter the plunge protection team and stop the plunging of this?
We can start working. They still can be housed in your account. Maybe you get a sword, right? A sword technically isn't a resource, it's an item that you have, but you could still sell that sword on the marketplace. So as this development continues to grow, you'll see the utility and the marketplace stabilize a little bit more.
Absolutely, absolutely. So a lot of people are also wondering when they would be able to upgrade their nodes from level 1 to level 2 and beyond. Is there any roadmap? Can you talk on that?
Yeah, so that's currently on the roadmap. So phase 1 is get inventory done. That way we can move to research. Research will allow you to get research schematics. And then as you get your schematics, you can use those to pay for your, like a level 2, unlock the ability to level up to level 2, unlock the ability to level up to level 3, that type of mechanism. So everything's kind of getting built in a sequential order to facilitate these actions. And we're working directly towards, like, the big goal, big push right now is for leveling. And then once leveling's done, we'll pick the next thing in our roadmap and work towards that.
Absolutely, Stosh. With that being said, is there any new projects that Apex Spark Exchange is working on that you are at the liberty to talk to us today?
Yeah, so we started developing on Spark Survivors, which is our first Layer 3 game. We had a couple team meetings this week. The code's already began. I've reached out to a couple more game developers, trying to bring in more people, more resources so we can develop a little bit faster. But if you're not familiar with what Spark Survivors is, it's, think Vampire Survivors, 20 minutes to dawn, right? You start the session, it's going to be a timed event. So different monsters and bosses are going to constantly coming in waves at you, and you basically have to survive that time period. This type of game will be a little bit of risk, so maybe you have to ante up a spark, or not a spark, but a energy resource to enter the event, and then if you can make it to the final 5 minutes, then you will get some sort of reward that is more beneficial than energy. But say you don't make it that far, then you're going to lose probably what was in your backpack for the beginning of the session or something, right? So it won't just be, hey, let me go grind these out. It'll be, some risk reward type play in there as well. So that's what we're currently working towards.
Absolutely. And another feature of the new Spark Exchange has been the arcade feature that you've launched. You've launched a lot of mini games as part of the Upland drive to create mini games. Can you talk to us a little bit about that and how that's going?
Yeah, so we created the arcade. Upland did a mini game challenge recently, and this was our participation in it. And Mr. Alan C. has been working with us behind the scenes to get us several more games to add to the arcade. But the big picture for the arcade is the proof of concept, right? We can log in using our auth system, we can have tokens, we can do many different things and kind of get a feel for what our community likes, like what type of game do you like, because there's so many different genres of games. And we want to make sure we're building things that our community is interested in. And the arcade gives us that ability.
Absolutely, Scott. The final question that I have for you is, are we planning to see Apex Spark Exchange get on the journey and get ahead of everyone else on their Sparklet when Sparklet does launch? Are you planning to integrate with perhaps crypto exchanges and not only do renting of Spark within Upland, but also facilitate the buying and selling of Spark online, perhaps within exchange as a third party?
Definitely. We're 100 pro Sparklet. We support it every step of the way. Sparklet's going to open many doors. It's going to facilitate a lot of transactions both inside of Upland and on the secondary market. We've already started working on our proof of concepts to integrate different type of exchanges. Maybe you trade your Spark Tycoon energy for Sparklet. I don't know. It's just a possibility, but we want to be at the forefront of all that, and we've already started taking those precautions and preparations so we can be there. Now we're just waiting on them to release, what type of exchange they're going to be on.
Absolutely. Well, I believe that is all from the audience questions, but we would love to hear your thoughts on anything Upland related or Upland Spark exchange that you have. And lastly, can we expect Stosh to be in Mumbai for the next third Mumbai Meetup, which happens next year in January?
Okay, yeah, I'd love to come back. So my thoughts on things on Upland, I think they're doing a wonderful job. They keep releasing new cities. They're constantly, pushing the envelope. You got the Sparklet coming out. You've got a ton of layer 2 applications that are coming out. I've heard there's 6 to 8 new mini games that'll be out on the market soon. I think this community itself is a fantastic community. The people that are involved are very passionate about it. They want to see progress. A lot of people are working towards pushing those boundaries and creating great products. And I love being here. I've been around for almost 2.5 years now, and I don't see myself going anywhere anytime soon. So.
Absolutely. Well, that was Stosh. Any final comments, Stosh, for everyone watching you live in Mumbai and online?
No, I think we pretty much covered everything. But I appreciate you guys having me here. I've enjoyed, being able to answer your questions. And if you guys have any more questions, just find me on Discord. It's probably the easiest way to get a hold of me. Yep.
Absolutely. Well, with that, thank you very much, Stosh. It was great having you here.
Yep, thank you.
Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, any Metaventures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. First property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called
Alright guys, welcome to the final panel, and I am now going to welcome all our guests to this panel. I have with me here all the esteemed panelists, and we're going to just begin this panel. However, before we do that, we're going to take a small break.
Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera,
Right, so to that, we have with us joining virtually Doug Youth, who is the co-founder of Upland MetaVerse, who's here with us. Hi Doug. Can you hear us, Doug?
Sorry, we can't hear you.
You can still not hear us? Okay, well, we'll try to fix that in a moment. But apart from that, we have Vinaya Yanam from Capgemini, Light Innovation, who's with us virtually as well. We have Streicher who's from Techno Business Development Lead for Blockchain and Metaverse. We have Rahul Mishra, who's the head of Web3 at Shimaru Entertainments. Hi Rahul, great to have you. And we have Mohit, who is from Metalurg, and we have all of them here. So why don't we start? Why don't you give us a brief one-liner about yourself and we'll take it from there.
Assume you guys can hear me at least, right? Yes. So my name is Rahul Mishra, and I lead Web3 for a very traditional 60-year-old company called Shimaru Entertainment. A lot of people wonder what is Shimaru doing in Web3. It's supposed to be high-tech, it's supposed to be blockchain technology, immersive technology, a lot of those points. But essentially, we see that the future of internet has to move from two-dimensional to three-dimensional, and that shift is going to happen very quickly. With that shift, entertainment and the way we socialize is also going to change a lot. Many companies are in that direction, and we want to be one of the pioneers from the Indian landscape to bring in that revolution. We have just for quick, all of you guys don't watch Modern Entertainment, we are one of the largest Bollywood right holders in India. We have about 4,000 Bollywood films we own, and we own similar numbers of content in various languages like Gujarati, Marathi, and genres like kids, Bangladesh, devotion, and we run a few TV channels, we run an OTT platform, and we believe that we can actually bring a lot of these audiences onto Web3. And currently what we are building out is an immersive entertainment destination. We've already announced the beta version of that. It's available on GeoDive, it's on Android, and it's on WebGL as well. It's fully on the Near blockchain. It's a virtual entertainment world where soon we will be having a lot of engagement, a lot of experiences, including live events, including immersive cinema, for users to come and engage, and also profit from it, from the time they're spending. And that's the journey we've started, and happy to be here, know more about what exciting things our fellow panelists are doing, and of course, get to hear about Upland as well. Thank you.
Cool, thanks Rahul. Hey guys, so I'm Shrikar. I work for Tech Mahindra, the IT arm of the Mahindra Group. At TechM, I work as a senior associate focused on cognitive technologies. I started my blockchain journey about 4.5 years ago, and I've been, exclusively working with corporates throughout my journey. We've since then ventured into the metaverse, and now, Gen AI and all the other emerging tech that is coming up. Happy to be here, share my experience, learn from you guys, the fellow panelists as well. And yeah, really looking forward to this. Thanks.
Good evening, guys. I'm Mohit Goel from Metalook. I'm the founder and CEO. Of course, with Metalook, it's always confusing for me to explain to people what we do, but we predominantly call ourselves as a Metaverse AI company. Of course, this all falls into a Web 3.0 company. So what we do is we help the traditional brands, the 60-year-old brands, and the brands like you and the upcoming brands, how do we see that transition from what we have seen in the early 2000s, which was predominantly a Web 1.0, and today what we are living is Web 2.0, and how do we see the next version of internet evolving. So we help those brands in a B2B space, in a B2 enterprise space, and a B2 government space. How do that journey have to happen, the entire digital transformation journey. So within this digital transformation journey, there's a lot of things to be done, whether it's all this emerging technology you're talking about, drone, how do you integrate AI, how do you integrate various other latest technologies that has been coming into the place. So we act as a bridge, helping those brands to adopt those digital transformation, where we've seen as Metalook, our specialization is predominantly into Metaverse and AI, because that is where we are looking at the next visualization. The what you see is what you believe, and that is where Metaverse helps the brands to have that confidence, creating a customer experience for the users. So that's all about me. Thank you so much for inviting me here.
Absolutely. Doug, can you introduce yourself next?
Various other latest technologies that is being coming into the place. So we...
Yeah? Could you introduce yourself next, Doug?
Okay, yeah. Sorry. For me, it's really hard to hear what the other panels have said.
So sorry about the audio issues.
Yeah, no worries, things happen, right? So, hi everyone, my name is Lund. I'm co-founder, co-CEO of Upland. As you can see here, I'm from San Francisco in Silicon Valley. I think Upland was a topic during the day today. I don't think I have to introduce Upland too much. Just a quick intro about myself. I'm an entrepreneur. I've started so far. Upland's my fifth company I've started. We kicked off Upland basically in 2018 here in San Francisco, where we had the idea. We were inspired by taking the board game of Monopoly and take blockchain and take the real world and launch a game that was basically then in 2019 when we had the closed beta. And it was a very simple game. At the beginning, all you could do is basically buy land, right, and not much more. But since then, Upland has evolved in a full platform. We call it the free gaming platform also for the Metaverse, where users can do many things, right? Besides the fact that they can now, buy properties still, but now they can build on their properties, they can run and operate shops. I think it was a topic here today as well. They can do car racing, they can also, when they're a developer, they can develop their own apps, connect them to Upland. So there's a lot of features, and I tend to say it never gets boring these days in Upland. I'm also wearing a second hat. I am also co-founder and currently chairman of the Open Metaverse Alliance of Web3 called OMA3.org, where all the big Metaverse companies are coming together because we want to create standards for interoperability for the Metaverse. So, companies like Animoca Brands is in there, Sandbox, Yuga Labs, with the other world that they want to build. We have Deba Labs in there. Just to forget anyone, but all the big companies basically who are covering today 90% of the blockchain-based metaverse in that organization. We have also liaison agreements with the MSF, with the Metaverse Standards Forum. This is more like a forum where we work together with also other companies, indirectly who are part of that forum, like Adobe and so on, who are in this organization to coordinate, things across, the metaverse, not just the blockchain-based metaverse, but in general the metaverse. So that's me.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much, Doug. Vinayak, could you please introduce yourself?
So thank you, Dan. So my name is Vinayak. I'm currently the startup ecosystem lead here for Capture Delegates, consulting and system integrator company. And I've previously been a co-founder of Sportschain, which is one of India's first pan-temple company, launched in 2021 and got acquired recently by one of our investors. Before that, I've spent about 15 years in consulting in different companies, and right now in my role, I work with startups to create assets and products for Capgemini that help our clients solve problems related to innovation and digital transformation.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. With that, I will kick off the panel as a moderator. So I will ask all our panelists one simple question. What can India do for the metaverse and Upland specifically? And what can Upland do for India and the metaverse? How can both metaverse as well as India work together to address our problems? Everyone knows India has a lot of problems, and we're going and we're working towards it, right? We're excelling at great speed. So how can the metaverse try to help and accelerate that further? How can India help the metaverse, help India accelerate that further? And that is the question to everyone here on the panel, and I'd love to hear everyone's thoughts. So over to you.
Thanks. And it's not the easiest question to start with. Let me put it that way. If I'm sure if I had the answer, Dirk would have thought of it long ago. So it's not something we will be able to solve in this session here. But I think very interesting to kick off with this, because it's a much larger, I would say, opportunity which we all should look collectively. And in the traditional telecom days, when telecom was expanding, what did the telecom players do essentially to make their vast businesses grow? If you guys recall, they played with the Indian emotion of cricket, Bollywood and devotion. So they brought in the masses onto the internet, onto their vast platforms basis, something which every Indian relates to. And I think companies which are looking at growing exponentially in the Indian market, where the opportunity always lies, and I think currently with our 5G expansion, we all are ready to explore new technology, new frontiers, and this is an example of people here who actually are already on Upland and are already sort of utilizing that platform very well. How do we take it to more and more people? I would say that looking at some basic social fabrics from the Indian society, bringing that on to the metaverse opportunity will be the first trigger, and then I'm sure the community itself will make it bigger and bigger every day. So yeah, a couple of things. One would be to sort of build in the good close partnerships, bring in some of these fabrics into the metaverse, and yeah, start scaling.
No, and I completely agree with what Rahul said, right? It makes so much sense that we need to start bringing in the Indian society, the fabric of India into Upland to make sure that it grows. But in terms of what Upland is already doing, right, just looking at the community over here, I'm sure there's a large community online as well. Building that community is going to be extremely key. We've heard other speakers also in the different sessions talk about how important that is. So Upland has already helped India quite a lot by bringing people together, right? And this is one of the few communities that I've seen where people like to get together, even though your competitors like to work together, figure out solutions, work together, right? So that's always very heartening to see. I think also there are challenges. We all know that there are challenges with crypto, with everything else, adoption. And I think with the government that we've had, especially in the past also, right, there's always been an open dialogue. And especially over the last 6-7 years with the initiatives that have been put in place, we've made tremendous progress as a country, right? Adoption of 5G, as we spoke about, internet, everything, just it's phenomenal. So I think we're on the right path, and I think Upland is also doing a great job. I'm sure others will also come in because India is an amazing market and we have such smart people.
Well, I think most of the things you guys have covered, but most importantly, I would say India, if a company, and of course if Upland has to look at the entire strategy of entering into the Indian market, it's more about not thinking India as the whole market. It's all about localization, because India today has got multiple localization, and that fabrication, of course what Rahul and has said about the fabrication, that emotion of fabrication has to be very, very localized, regionalized, also tapping into those particular emotions, whether it is Bollywood, it's cricket, it's devotion. Today India is somewhere, it's a growing economy, not denying the fact the majority of population. How do you tap into those population? How do you tap into those entire socio-economic factors? It is something, a strategy which could be something hitting on to the B2B segment, hitting on to the B2G segment. How do you make sure the regularization is also in place? How do you make sure, how do you adopt those Web 2 into Web 3, and making sure the Indian payment system is also uniquely compatible to their payment system? How do you tap into those opportunities? How do you make those entire system in place? So that is where the entire strategy is, of course, which is something has to be thought about. But of course, whatever I've been seeing, what Upland has been doing, they've been tapping into the Indian market very, very aggressively, and through the gaming activity, because gaming is something which the Indian emotions connects to it, and that is where the major engagement is there. So lots of opportunity. The generation itself is learning about Web 3. People would want to upgrade themselves, and that brings in a lot of opportunities for Upland, which I personally believe.
Thank you very much. I will now move on to Dirk. Dirk, my question to you, and I essentially asked our panelists this, is Dirk, when you look at India as the co-founder of Upland, how do you approach India, and what would you like to see from India?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for having me. I still have to admit, I have not personally been yet to India. This is definitely on my list to come over. And India is going to be a very strategic market for us. And when we have strategic markets, we really have to think how we're going to go into enter it. And the first thing is, because Upland is a company who is always playing by the rules, right, which is very important for us. So that means, as you know, we are based in the US. In the US, when it comes to crypto and everything is very strict, right? And we take always a lot of care how we do things. So, for the people who might not be aware, so for instance, as of today, Upland never had a token, right, which was somewhere tradable on exchanges. The way people extract monetary value out of Upland was always by selling their digital goods for US dollars, right? So for that you need to have a money transmitter license in the US. So we're taking care of that and do that via our partner. However, speaking of the token, this, we announced it also that this is going to change. We are going to make one of our tokens, which is inside of Upland, which is called Spark. We're going to make that tradable as Sparklet in the future. So when I see now in the YouTube channel, you see all these token prices there on the side. So hopefully one day you will see also the price from Upland up there, right? This will also give Upland much more visibility in the markets in general, but then also, of course, and now I'm going back now to India, we have and also take care also what are the regulations over here, what can you do and what you cannot do. But we need to, in order then to enter the market, right, because, so I'm originally from Europe, even though I'm German American right now, but I know how it is when you travel, when you have lots of different cultures, when you have different views, different things of doing things. Different ways of doing things. What I mean with that is that we have to really see that markets are different. When I come, for instance, to India, right, we have a high mobile penetration, right, which is actually good for Upland because Upland was a mobile-first company. So for the ones who joined Upland very early in the early days, is that we have been, we launched actually our iOS and Android app as a blockchain application, right? I think we're still one of the rare examples who are on the iOS and Android stores, right? So we launched a mobile first. And I think looking at the Indian market, and again, we still have to do some research, this gives us actually a good starting point. However, in order to enter the Indian market, it's also going to be important for us to find local partners. Because today, I tend to say between depends on the day, we have roughly 2% of our users coming out of India. And but we've seen that, for instance, when I compare it with Brazil, once we have actually a local presence there, so we have a small team in Brazil, right? It immediately jumps up, because the people in Brazil, they actually understand, right, how to work in the particular market, right? They speak the language, they understand the cultural differences and all these things. So staying with the example of Brazil. So Brazil was also at 1 or 2%. And today, we have some days, when Brazil has 10 to 12% of our daily users, and I clearly see that. And just, of course, Brazil is a big country. I'll just take India, which is a big, big country. So that's the reason why it's so strategic for us to really think about, okay, we need to have local partners first. Do identify people who understand, traditional media, people maybe who have already existing, let's say, Web2 audiences, right, who want to maybe move into Web3, maybe we can do partnerships with them. So we're actually open to find those partners, and once we found them, to develop together with them potential go-to-market strategy in India. How that's exactly going to look like, which cities we're going to open first, that's actually then up to discussions with the partners, right? Of course, we tend to open up the capitals first, but to be discussed, right? That's exactly something we want to explore further.
Absolutely, done. And when I have the same question to you, what can India do for the metaverse vis-a-vis Upland, and what can Upland do for India in return, and how do you look at that?
I hope firstly everyone can hear me okay.
Yes,
in terms of the Indian market, I think it's not a secret, it's been a bit of a tough time for the last 1.5 years. But things are getting better, and I see this being a great opportunity for India, more specifically because there's actually what we used to call back in the day when I was with Sports Chain, a Web 2.5 audience out there, which means there is an audience that is ready to transition from 2.0 to 3.0. And that's good news for a lot of people. We've seen it personally, with my previous ventures, that there is an audience out there, be it in the sports landscape, be it in the music landscape, be it in the media landscape. It's there. But like I said, it's been a difficult time. But what at least what we can see with the likes of Upland is that there is an opportunity for Upland to capitalize, working with local artists, working with companies, real estate companies are very bold in terms of partnering with Web 3.0 companies, and I've seen that personally as well. And probably an important market is a market that one of the other Alibaba brand companies, Sandbox, they've actually launched Bharat Box. You may know about this, and they're actually partnering with a lot of local artists, music artists. So there is a market out there. What I would say is that there's a little bit of patience needed to see growth over here, and with time, I think there's a great opportunity within the Indian landscape that can be capitalized for the likes of Upland and some other metaverse companies as well.
Absolutely. And with that, I would just take on my role as the moderator again, and I would just talk about a few things. One thing that I think all our people have noticed virtually and in person is that this seat is empty. And that's not a mistake. That is basically looking at what Jeff Bezos said, that there is always an empty seat in the meeting rooms, because that is for your customer. You have to think from your customer's perspective, and that is why this seat, the first seat, is empty, because we all have to think about our customers, right? So my next question essentially is, why should the customers care about the metaverse, right? Why should a customer in India, who's perhaps from a tier 2, tier 3, the Bharat of India as we call it, why should they care about the metaverse as a whole, and what can we do to help them? So, yeah.
Thanks, Tanmay, again with such tough questions. I think, and I'm sure there are consulting companies who spend millions of dollars trying to answer this, but we have to do it right here. But again, a very, very apt question. And incidentally, we are one of the companies in the same space. Shimaru is a mass entertainment brand. We're not present in Mumbai, but we are present 50 kilometers from Raipur. We are catering to tier 2, tier 3. We're the exact opposite of Netflix. We don't, whatever we do, we talk to masses. So yes, the same question came to us. Why would the customer care about what we are building? Why is the metaverse important for the customer? Actually, it's not important for the customer. It should be a seamless journey. The customer should not be told that they're in Web 0 or Web 1 or Web 2 or Web 3.
Build an experience which can further satisfy their own customers, and that is where the ROI is what we are looking at. The entire investment, whether it's time, it's ideation, it's conceptualization, it's bringing those customers, the million users that we are talking about, how do we onboard those users. So that is where we talk about the metaverse. Of course, metaverse is something, a word which has come, which has been coined, and there has been publications been around that these are the possibilities. And what Rahul has rightly said, everybody wants a GTA kind of an experience, right? But the purpose, the intention for Shimaru would be is, we are an entertainment company, and where we can provide you an entire entertainment. How do you want to perceive that entertainment? Would you want to perceive that entertainment in a theater? You have those Shimaru movies. You want to have that entertainment private screened to your VR, where you feel as if you're sitting in your own private theater room, which is something like how you invest your money in a real estate, buy your entire theater, or you build your entire theater. So that's the experience. How do you, if you can't build that physical space, how can you have that physical liberty? So that is where the consumers are spreading. How do you identify those consumers, and how do you build those solutions is what. And imagine thinking about a luxury segment cars which you pre-book as a customer, for which you are expecting a delivery after 6 months, 9 months, because these cars has to be customized. Now They don't have a demo car. They don't have all those upholstery that you would want to get trimmed. You're talking about your leather on your car seat covers, which are very, very premium leather that you would want to change. Your threads that you would want to customize, the alloys that you would want to customize, which you would want that factory fitted to come. But giving you an immersive experience of you sitting in the car and changing the entire fabric, which gives you a confidence as a customer that this is what I am looking at. In reality, the changes what I do, in reality, these are the changes what I'm going to expect, which gives the confidence to the customer in terms of their decision making, which in ROI for a business is that improved decision making. The faster decision making, the faster the ROI, the faster the business, the better the customers. So the entire consumer experience engagement is again come back. How do you create that visualization? How do you create that immersive? How do you interact? How do you make sure you are keeping them engaged?
Absolutely. Doug, same question to you, and then over to Vinayak. The question is, as we try to go deeper into India, outside the main cities, outside the Delhis, the Mumbais, the Bangalores, and we go deeper into India, how do you target customers? Why should customers care about it? And piggybacking off your experience of Brazil and a few other emerging markets, perhaps you can draw comparisons based on that.
Yeah, so first of all, how are we going to attract customers? I mean, there's a few things you usually do, right, or the way we attract customers, right? So I mentioned that before, either we do it through partners, because obviously they come in, they have existing customers, and they want to bring those customers into the metaverse. We bring the platform, they bring the customers, so it's a good partnership, right? It's a simple formula at the end of the day, right? Other acquisition channels for us are, of course, and everything was quite unique. As we're coming from, let's say, the gaming space, we can do traditional marketing, performance marketing, like YouTube. Right now, like this live broadcast here, or Facebook and so on. So that's traditional acquisition channels which are also open us, especially this makes us very unique. Also in Upland, because with the iOS and Android apps, we can do that. And then, last but not least, of course, then traditional Web3 marketing. What I mean with that is that you're trying to, use and work with your community, right, to spread the word, right? Of course, one thing is, and to give you one example, also in Upland, we have this Upland Contributor Network, where, where our users are creating content like the Metaverse Street Journal, but we have also, there are podcasts out there, like UPX podcasts, and a lot of things what our users are doing, and we are helping as best as we can, right, in order then to spread the word. And then also, when it comes now to the openness, because when I mentioned earlier, that we are a big proponent of the interoperability of the open metaverse, is also that what we want to do, for instance, in Upland, we've developed what's called the NFT portal. It's very starting point right now. But at the end of the day, we don't want to lock in our users, right? We want to say, hey, take your assets and go somewhere else. We have that for our third-party developer platform, right? So what we say, obviously, the user is the center, right? And they can take their identity, they can take their assets with them and go into a different game or to go into a different world. Right now, within the Upland ecosystem. But in the future, there will be also to do that, right, outside of the Upland ecosystem, right? So I clearly see a future where the users can say, you know what, I have a car, I bought a car in Upland, and I want to use that car maybe in Sandbox or some other metaverse, right? And that is something why it's so different now when you think about the blockchain-based metaverse, right, where actually the user is at the center are not the platform, right? So because when you go to traditional Web2 platforms, they try to capture the users, but Web3 is like, hey, no, we're open, we're changing actually the paradigm, which makes it then a little bit more interesting. So, but then why should users in general care about the metaverse? I mean, there's a few things. First of all, and sorry, it has been said on the panel because I didn't hear everything what everyone else has said by repeating some stuff, but
what I believe is that it has to be useful for the user, it has to be fun, right? So you go somewhere, also what we currently see, it's not that, you cannot just open up, a 3D space and hope people are there and do something, right? When you want to open up into 3D space, you have to have some kind of event, you have to have some activity around it, right? So that's also why at Upland we have chosen a little bit different approach when you compare some other metaverses out there, right? We're always trying to find some gamification, right, to entertain people. And that is actually then where what the big paradigm shift is also in media, right? When you think about kids today, when they're playing Roblox, when they grow up now, they spend, parents don't like that, but 67% of their time now online already. Yeah. But when you think about it, all those kids going forward have been growing up with that, because that's the way they behave. They're not watching like their parents' TV or let's say they're using social media streams like their parents. They are in those 3D worlds already. But what happens now when they're growing out of it, when they're 17 or 18, what do they do then, right? Because it's very much like people stop playing Lego, right? And we believe in Upland also that we are then the next level, where we say, okay, when someone grows out of Roblox, and so on, that means they have now a place to go. Upland will be hopefully one of the places they will enjoy. And that's the reason also, and why is that? Because Upland is much more than Roblox, right? We have this whole idea of entrepreneurship in there. We have an economy system in there. So it's a more complex gameplay, which is more suited then to grown-ups. And that's where we believe. So we are on a path of onboarding more and more users, because they are coming from that behavior in the future to the metaverse. You cannot expect now that everyone who's grown up with TV or social media feeds, that they are jumping directly into the metaverse, because what we hear is, why should I do this, and so on. But eventually, younger generations will come and they will use it. However, there's also, I tend to say, we already have today a lot of users in Upland, so our core users are between 21 and I tend to say 35 at the moment. Yeah, so we already have a lot of those users, but we see that because those users have grown up with the Fortnites of this world, with the Minecraft of this world, and they are just used to that. Right? And then once they're in, once they're used to it, they will start doing everything. So they do extract entertainment stuff out of it, fun, playing, right? But now, as you can see, I think I was talking today on the panels, also people can run and operate shops, they can make money, not by just speculating, but by creating value, right? And last but not least, is the whole socializing aspect, right? You go in there, right? You go in the cafe, you meet your friends, you make new friends. And what's so interesting, now everything's borderless, right? Maybe you sit in India, you sit in Mumbai, but your best friend is now in San Francisco, right? That's all going to happen in the future, right? That's what excites me so much.
Absolutely, Dirk. And I know that you have time constraints, you have to leave in the next 5 minutes. So I'll quickly let Vinayak answer this question, and then we'll take 1 or 2 maximum audience questions, because I know the audience is dying to ask you questions. So Vinayak, same question to you, and then we'll jump into Q&A for Dirk, and then come back to the panel. So over to you, Vinayak.
Right. So if you may have seen a stat about 0.86 sometime back in 2021, their tier 2, tier 3 city base actually helped them double their customer base. So there's great potential over there. And what you see also from certain Instagram reels, there is a great, attachment towards the creator economy. So I believe that tier 2, tier 3 cities have the potential to really, kind of add on to the user base that Upland and some of the other companies may have. So definitely the indicators are there. And another element that I would say in terms of customer acquisition is probably to look at these short video format applications like Watch that have come through. You can see the strategy is quite unique in terms of acquiring these specific tier 2, tier 3 town, audiences. So that's one way to kind of look back and say, maybe this could work for the likes of Upland. But there is definitely potential, and you have some numbers that back it up as well.
Absolutely. And with that, we already have our first audience member who has a question for Dirk. So over to you, Bhagyesh. This is Bhagyesh. Over to you.
Hi, Dirk. have a question around neighborhood collection. So, could you give an an idea, like how a small neighborhood earn enough points to become a neighborhood collection?
Can you repeat the question? I don't know if I heard it 100%, please.
Yeah, the question is around the neighborhood collection. So, how a small neighborhood with say 500 properties can become a neighborhood collection? Can earn enough points to become a neighborhood collection?
Well, we've developed certain mechanics, right? How they can be. I don't have all the mechanics on top of my head, to be honest, because our place is so complex now. I have to admit, I would need to look into and we need to talk to operations. But usually the idea would be that any neighborhood, people can gather together, because that's part of Upland, the whole socializing aspect, what I mentioned before, and group together and create their neighborhood and do things there together, right? So, but I have to look at the thresholds of how many properties have to be there. I don't have the top of my head, sorry.
Sure. Thank you, Doug. Over to the next audience member.
Hi, Doug. So my question is, how you have landlords in the real world who own real estate and who rent them out on a monthly basis. Do you think that Upland can get to such a stage, say in 10 to 20 years, where you would just have virtual landlords literally living off the rent that they earn from the game?
Well, as we know, we are rebuilding the world, right? So, and some things gonna be copied in quotation marks, right? So yes, like real world, you have rich landlords who own half of the city and don't have to work ever again, right? So yeah, I mean, I would not exclude that. However, what we always want to take care is, because every, let's say, game or metaverse, right? When you have, let's say, 10 people owning 90% of everything, that's not fun, right? So we have to really make sure, that, there's a good, good balance between creating incentive to people to be successful in Upland, just like in the real world, but not at the same time, having monopolistic tendencies, that destroys everything, what makes it such a great world.
Right. Just another quick question. Do you think that there could be some AR integrations, like say in the real world, bridging Upland and the real world? So if I'm walking down the street and I put on AR glasses, I can literally see Metaventures in Upland, or like graphics of Upland while I'm walking down the street. Is that something that's possible?
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely, that's definitely the vision which we have, right? We are the metaverse which is based on the real world, and we want to take advantage of that. The reason why it's not there yet is because there's so little people with AR glasses these days, right? So we always go where we find people. That's the reason we're mobile first, as I mentioned before. Yeah, but I clearly see a future, and maybe it's not even us building it. As you know, we have this third-party developer platform. Maybe good smart developers are coming in, and they're building maybe cool applications. And there will be probably multiple applications to use AR glasses then also in Upland. And then of course, then you can, if you metaventure, that's pretty awesome, right? You see a metaventure in the real world, you go in there, maybe you buy digital good, or maybe because you have digital good, you can enter it and you get a special discount. And in the real world, there's so many things you can think of, right?
Absolutely, Doug. We have our final audience member who wants to ask you a question, and then we're going back to the panel. So, over to you.
Hi, Doug. I just had a question from you from a developer's perspective. Whilst developing Upland, did you expect there to be 2-layer and 3-layer applications built on top of that? Now we have, certain people that were on the panel before, like with stack energy and stuff like that. Did you expect that to happen whilst you were building the platform?
So it seems like you're getting the understanding correct, right? Our vision in Upland, when we say we're third-party developers, is a little bit different than when you take maybe sample to whatever, right? When you go to other metaverses, right, you always have to build in the look and feel, right? Mostly, you have to, in order to integrate there. I hope I answered this question. I got it right. But in Upland it's different, right? As I said before, we put the user at the center, right? And it's the same philosophy now for the developers. The developers, they can take aspects of Upland, put that into their third-party application, right? But they don't have to, right? They can also just say, hey, I have a completely different type of game. We have those with the mini games right now. But we allow the users to take up the Apex over there and play for Apex or what have you, right? So it's a very, and you know, if you want to build a third-party application or layer 2 application, which uses Unity or Unreal or whatever, right? You're free to do that, right? And we believe this modular approach is much more compelling for developers, right? Than forcing them or restricting them to certain visual representations. I hope that was the question.
Yeah, absolutely. Doug, before I let you go, final point, if any of our panelists would like to say anything to Doug, unfortunately the mics aren't working, so you'll have to come here. If you have any comments, any questions for Doug, over to you guys, because potentially you're also looking to partner with Upland or explore opportunities. So if you have any questions.
I just have one point too.
Sure, please. It's just that, so sorry, the mic.
No.
So you'll have to.
Hi, this is Rahul here from Shimaru. When you resolve the Metaverse interoperability, please let me know. When you're able to take your points from Sandbox to Upland to another Metaverse, I want to be the first sign up for that.
Yeah, what you should do is that you should join OMA 3, right? So we have a portaling working group there. It's really cool. I've seen the alpha. Okay. So you're in one world, then you have a portal. You look through that portal and you already see the other world, right? It's going to be really cool stuff that's coming out of it, right? But it takes time, right? So,
great. So I won't invest in a layer 2 chain now. I'm going to wait for this to be resolved.
Okay, or layer 2 application of Upland, right? So layer 2, because we have layer 2 Metaverse, right?
Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
All right.
Okay, Doug, with that, I believe you have an alternative arrangement, so we'll let you go. Thank you so very much for joining us, Doug. It was a pleasure having you. Hopefully next year we have you in person in Mumbai so that you can interact with people and the mic issue is not an issue next year. So
absolutely, no, really, thank you, Tam, for setting this up. Really, thank you for the name of Upland, and really looking forward, partnering with companies and artists and whoever's out there, right, who wants to help us, spreading the word on Upland and bringing Upland to India. Absolutely. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Bye. Absolutely. And with that, I will ask you the next question, as I should. As people who are already championing India's metaverse sort of future, this question comes from a person who's looking at 2024. There is US elections, and we know Donald Trump is fighting for it. We have elections in India. Surprise, surprise, everyone knows who's in the race for winning that. How big of a impact do you think Web3, NFTs, Metaverse, cryptos, blockchains are going to play in this year's election, both from a US perspective as well as from an India perspective? Will we see a BJP verse? Will we see a Congress verse? Will we see a Trump verse? Will we see a Biden verse? So that is the question. Over to you.
I think I'm not going to start with that. But I really need to understand where do you come up with your questions. I need to, oh my God, that was like, I think the questions are getting tougher and tougher.
Yeah.
It's, oh my God, I never thought of this actually. And I had a lot of time to think, by the way, but this never came my way. I think I'm going to pass this. 2 reasons. Obviously, we're a listed entity. It's a little risky for me to comment, but I'll come back to it later after the panelists.
No, but I do think it's too early for those things for sure. But I think there are other ways in which people can engage with the wider community. I don't think politics would be maybe driving it, but I think we had a lot of influencers that were speaking before that were telling us and the rest of the people over here about their journeys. So I think that is where the real value will come in. I think that is what we all should be focused on. And like I said, I think I spoke about dialogue in the past. All governments across the world, they're all, cooperative. Everyone has the same agenda, right? Which is that we want to see development. We all want to move forward, and we all want to adopt technology. So I'm sure that, in the long run, we may see some of those things, but too early to comment right now.
I think what Tanmay is trying to ask us is, like, the last election was influenced by social media, right? Like Web 2 social media. Do you see that sort of impact coming in
Not
this year?
Not this year. That's what I said. It's too early this year. Of course, we don't want to comment on what has happened in the past and all of those things. But I think for us to see that kind of impact, we will see it through, influencers, through communities being formed. I think we spoke about sports. I think those are, ones that are really going to drive this growth and champion this growth. And I think that's where our focus also is.
I think, Tanmay, I am little scared now. I think you are on a wrong seat and you are on the wrong table. This question you should actually ask these political parties. How about plant them the idea? I think the next digital campaign could be on the Metaverse.
Absolutely. Good point. Absolutely. Vinayak, same question to you. Do you think political parties in India and in US are going to use the Metaverse, perhaps not specifically as a medium to promote themselves, but also from the angle of what we saw with Cambridge Analytica in the last election, right?
Yeah.
Because Cambridge Analytica sort of helped Donald Trump. Do you think that is something that we could potentially see being exploited for good or for bad, which is debatable, by political opponents or rivals?
Without a shadow of a doubt, they will, right? I mean, it seems to be like a good question to me because honestly, as the audience shifts from traditional media to Facebook that has happened in the past, right? And that's where the likes of Cambridge Analytica have come and helped certain parties is going to happen in Web3. I don't think they will miss out an opportunity. With the next generation of politicians coming in, you may have heard about Vivek Ramaswamy, who was conceded to Trump, but then you have certain new age politicians coming in and they will use this as a platform. Will it be good? Will it be bad? Remains to be seen.
Absolutely. Well, with that, I will ask my final question, and this will be an easier question for all of you.
But again, I think what I really like about what Vinayak has said, it comes with the idea with all this emerging technology, with what you're talking about Web3. Think about, we've always seen the traditional voting system, and tell me who's really gone it? How's the people gone? How do we create the unified voting system onto the blockchain? Lot many startups are working, lot many people are working, and how do you do that? How do you tap into those emotions? How do you tap those numbers? How do you capture those analytics? That is where the entire game is, and that is where the future, the entire younger generation is building upon. I think not very much sooner, next 1-2 years, but again, the next decade, we can always see the next Cambridge Analytica, what you're talking about, tapping those Web3.
Absolutely. And if Vinayak's premise has to be extrapolated, one would argue that this would be the make or break year for Metaverse and Web3. Because if we all know that record number of money spent both in Indian elections as well as US elections, if they are to use the Metaverse, Web3, NFT or blockchain systems to their advantage, a logical conclusion is that a lot of money is going to flow into the sector. So from that perspective, how do you look at this year going forward, or perhaps not, but how do you see financially this year going forward for Metaverse, NFT, blockchain and related niches?
So the bull run is starting. We're all excited about that. I don't think there will be a day which we will call as the Metaverse Day, and that's the day everybody has gone to Web3, or a Web3 day where everybody has moved. I don't remember how I got hooked on to Insta Reels. I don't remember the day it happened to me, but it happened, right? So, or whatever social media I use or whatever internet application I used, it's over a period of time. I started using online ticketing booking probably in 2015, while it started off in 2002, 2003. So this year will 100% see a lot more movement, lot of companies using Web3 for enterprise or growing their consumer base. But is this the year where everybody moves to Web3? Maybe not. I still feel some of the experiences especially in the metaverse space, which can happen through immersive technology, HMDs, etc., still need a lot of deployment and a lot of access to consumers, which has started this year. So we'll have a lot of interesting projects coming out this year, but the real play will start from this year onwards, I feel.
Yeah, and I think, big brands are also slowly defining what it means for them, how they should journey into it. So this year, of course, is critical, but I think the next few years are critical, right? It's not going to be an overnight transition from Web3 to Web2 to Web3, as Rahul said, right? It'll happen slowly. I think big brands will kind of understand how they want to leverage the metaverse, how they want to put out their story, their content, and create different ways of, or bring in new revenue streams to themselves, right? So I think that's an evolving process, but of course this year is going to be a very, very interesting year. I think a lot of companies are going to jump on, a lot of companies will jump off. I think that's a trend that we'll continuously see, but I am very, very optimistic, especially this year. I think it's going to be great, especially looking at how vibrant the community is getting, right? I think it's only going to go upwards.
And last year was genuinely quite a slow year, Let's look at it. So this year is going to have that extra boost.
No, we've been seeing it practically. We've been seeing it ourselves, Rahul. What has been happening the last year, which has been slow, but that has been a promise which has been done couple of years back during that bull run. So it was like more of a cooling off period, like how a general transition comes. Pivoting yourself, learn from those mistakes, acquire those users, learn from those users what the feedback is, and then take it forward to your next big leap of the actual user adoption. So very, very optimistic. I think there's always a combination, I would say always a combination of an hybrid model that would work, your traditional way of doing business and your digital age of doing business. So nothing goes waste. Today we are still, organizations are still stuck to their old PCs, old hardwares which they are not ready to upgrade. They still want their employees, their colleagues to actually work on the similar hardwares because it's a capital investment required end of the day, and there's an OPEX required to have their entire maintenance to do it. But again, they also realize, what if I do an advancement? What is that I'm going to get a return of it? So this has to be a balance out of it. It's all about the projects, it's all about the enterprise, it's all about the consumer. What is that they take out of it? What's that thing? There is a market open everywhere. How do you seek that opportunity? How do you tap into that opportunity? It's very, very important.
Thank you. Yes. Vinayak, same question over to you. How do you see the money in the metaverse sector? Do you see money coming into metaverse sector from your previous comments? Do you see this as the year? How are you looking at things?
I think it's going to be a bit, you have to be a bit cautiously optimistic about this one, especially with the Bitcoin ETFs being launched and you see the way they are going. And I would say cautious optimism. From a corporate venture capital lens, because I've worked with Capgemini Ventures, it's an investment arm for Capgemini, I think it's the same sentiment right now. I would not have any big bets coming in. I don't see any big bets coming in the metaverse space. So I'm cautiously optimistic about this. But I don't see a lot of big money flowing in like that happened around 2020, 2019. I don't see a repeat of that for sure. But you never know. And you could hope for the best and see how things can be different in 2024.
Absolutely, Vinayak. We also have a question from Srikar. So Srikar, if you would just move over and ask Vinayak a question.
So Vinayak, I think that's a very interesting point, right? My question to you is, with Gen AI coming in, do you think that the integration between Metaverse, Web3, Gen AI could actually lead to a lot of investments in this space, especially this year, given that, that's the buzzword that's being thrown around?
I think that's a great question. Firstly, I think Gen AI is going to be a key growth enabler in this particular space. You can see that happening not just in the metaverse, but also just going back to the enterprise landscape lens. You have this coming up with NVIDIA, where they have a generative design for building digital twin platforms. Right? And this could actually aid also the creator economy, where you could use Gen AI to come up with specific designs. It could be a stadium, a concert hall for that matter. And definitely that can be a great enabler, and it's a great enabler for the likes of Upland as well, where they could create new landscape using Gen AI. It's all there, and I definitely see that as a boost to this specific to the metaverse landscape. Yeah.
Absolutely. Any more questions? All right. Well, that brings the end of this panel, and we open up the Mumbai Metaverse, Upland Metaverse Meetup for networking. You have a question?
Yeah.
There you go. Final question. To Vinayak or anyone?
To the panel, to everyone.
Sure.
So I have always wondered, why is it that skilling, right, education, especially in a very education conscious country like India, why hasn't it gotten the metaverse? Why hasn't metaverse gotten involved in this? Because from what I stand, it could go both in a B2B play, for instance, a huge big corporation like, for instance, Boeing, right? Maybe they're or an aeronautical institute. They could train their students on virtual reality first in a metaverse setting. Just blow up, say, a airplane engine. Or it could go to the B2C play where even physics concepts. That could be very much, it could be a very interactive play. So I'm just wondering, why hasn't it gotten the interest of players? Is it because of a hardware constraint? Is it because the product market fit is still being worked on, or is it something else? So just a curiosity thing.
No, so I'm a big fan of training, onboarding, upskilling related use cases for Metaverse, especially in the B2B segment. Huge fan. I think there are immense benefits. To your point, I think I've already seen those use cases and case studies being developed. Oil and gas is an industry, for example. They've been using this technology for a long time, right? Where, if you're going onto an oil rig, it's a completely different game. We don't understand, but there's so many safety regulations that you need to. So I think those use cases are there. I think what the metaverse also brings in is incentivization to, continue to learn and develop gamification, right? Upskill yourself. Hey, you upskill yourself, you get points. Corporate companies have a lot of training programs that they mandate, and a lot of people don't do them because they say, hey, I'm doing a full-time job. Why should I do this, right? So I think that incentivization comes in. Now, a reason maybe why the adoption has not been that fast is because of the currencies and what it means for organizations. Most organizations don't want to play around with cryptocurrencies too much because there are reservations in terms of what it means for them. But I think if we're able to solve that, then it's a beautiful sector to target, right? And I think there's a lot that can happen. And again, going back to the Gen AI point, I think Gen AI will also completely change that, right? It can start to generate questions for you, so you can. There's so many things. So I think it's a great case. And I think it's a low-hanging fruit, and industries have started looking at it, and we're going to see that also, take flight this year.
Would you please elaborate on your cryptocurrency thing that you mentioned, because I don't think that was related to the.
No, so when we're talking about incentivization, right? Then the way that in Web3 it works is if you play a game, you earn, right? My point was that if you're upskilling yourself, you could incentivize by giving certain cryptos. So I think that just associating with cryptos is what is causing some discomfort for organizations, which is why they don't want to get into it. Of course, there are ways in which you can circumvent it. I completely agree, but there is still that notion with corporates, and there's a lot of change that needs to come in. So I think it's a slowly evolving thing. You're good.
Also, to plug that in, Upland does not have a cryptocurrency, so there you go.
Absolutely no, and I think Upland has come up with a great way to circumvent that issue, right? But there are other ways in which you can bring in incentive models. Again, people just quickly associate crypto with incentive models, which is why people. Sorry?
Reward points connect with your Solex or something.
Precisely. I mean, then you bring in reward points, right? And those systems already exist. So I think it's about leveraging what exists without changing the status quo too much, but also bringing in what the metaverse brings in, right? Which is that immersiveness, which is, fostering connections with other people in a different way.
I suppose the content also is
Right. Do you guys have anything you want to add?
Vinayak, do you want to add something to that?
I seriously believe, well, that's a good question that you've asked me on the learning and development side. See, what is said, I would like to add on this particular thing in terms of the performance feedback. So today, when you're doing it, you've told about how about if I blast that plane. Now, this you can't do it in real life. Right, you can't visit an oil exploration, the big canisters. You can't do it because that is something can't be done in a safer environment. You need to practice it before it. You can't fly an aeroplane right away. You need those virtual simulators which you can practice it. Then you are being exposed to a private plane that you can fly it under certain guidance. So all these mistakes that you can do it in a safer environment, which actually makes you practice, and which you as a self-learner also can experience, can understand these mistakes which I've been doing repeatedly. What in a safer environment I'm able to do it, I can rectify, I can recorrect it. But in real life, you never get those second chances. So all these things can be plugged into metaverses. Now, how do you gamify it? How do you make sure those incentivization, because these learning modules are still happening in physical centers, are still being trained, being taught in those leadership, but how do you bring those into the entire employee learning and development is not only, the underlying principle is crypto is built on a blockchain. And for any action that you do, you are being rewarded something, which is either you call that as a crypto, or either you call that as a gift, or either you call that as an incentivize. How do you call this, and how do you make sure that principle of entire ledger system, that if you are able to complete task 1 to 5, is what you get, either a crypto if it is associated to a crypto economy learning, or either you get a food coupon, which generally could be a Sodexo coupon or something, which is something on the blockchain recorded, where end of the day, as an admin dashboard panel or as a leader, I know this particular person or this particular group of person has completed this task, he has performed this task, and he has been continuously doing this kind of a mistake regularly. It would obviously help the proctor or the moderator to understand the entire delivery, how it has been delivered.
Also, I think the question is, he's asking you, ho kyun nahi raha hai? Why it's not being associated? This is all great, right? It's all conceptually great, but why are people not deploying it as a question? I think I'm not a subject matter on this, why it's not happening, but my understanding is that it takes a lot of time to build these experiences right now. So a lot of things are in the making right now. Education mein, there are so many startups who are doing immersive modules. Kahin use bhi ho raha hai, but we're not seeing as much being used. I think it's just the timing. We will start seeing a lot of that being used. Yeah, very soon. Even in corporates, even in primary schools, education schools, etc.
I don't remember if you guys have seen it, but when Facebook Metaverse came up with this Metaverse experience, it was like 2000 early 95 graphics. So it's very hardware.
Yeah, correct.
I would just also like to ask Vinayak if he would like to add to this question. Vinayak, I think the audience member is asking why don't we see enough deployment of metaverse within the industries, right?
Yeah.
Is how I understand it, right? So.
Right. It's a great question. And the answer to that is, in terms of the industry appetite for metaverse, it's quite low. Right now, and in fact, you'll be surprised to know that, technologies or concepts such as digital twin are still picking up pace. So industrial metaverse is a bit behind. And when we talk to clients about industrial metaverse or metaverse in general, it's got a bit of a negative connotation. Just wait and watch to see how that goes. And that's the reality of the market. But I'm quite positive about the fact that there are a lot of companies, kind of trying to make that change. Be it, to some extent, you could do that with Roblox, you could do it with Upland, you could do it with Sandbox for that matter. And you may remember HSBC was one of the first corporates to actually come on Sandbox, if I remember back in 21. But that shift is going to take some time. Right now, there is a bit of negativity around. It will take time to go. But before that, you would see the likes of digital twin being picked up more regularly, and then that might lead to an industrial metaverse concept where you have like a massive metaverse with different digital twins and IoT of different types of assets and devices being put together, being used by companies that really want to go on, right? And this could be, very big manufacturing companies. This could be someone like Tesla. This could be someone like a luxury brand like Burberry. But we'll have to wait and see how that goes.
Absolutely. And
yeah. So I think again, this is purely my thought. Why would days and times? One was like what Rahul just said is that currently, because there's very few people doing it, there is a cost associated. So coming from the strategy point of view, corporate, usually like cost sensitivity is there. So something this kind of a goal, you would need to have board level resolutions, and people don't raise these because there are other critical issues. But as a product, as data libraries increase, as the products become cheaper, it is a viable thing. But the training fields that you mentioned, where there is high risk and it makes good sense, where is the process? Because currently in the physical environment, whether it is flying or whether it is a shipping industry or oil and rig, these are highly, because it's high risk, there's a high amount of processes in terms of quality and licenses and certification. So the minute you have it in Metaverse, I'm sure there's a way to do it, but where are the processes? They have to define that, because these are organized by regulatory. So currently in all the disruptive technologies, there is, I don't think in India we have a regulatory. We have cyber security laws, but those cover other aspects. So before you go into high risk industry, there has to be a think tank that defines some level of regulatory.
Absolutely. And I am sorry I'm cutting everyone off. I know I would end the live stream. You can all network individually, talk about things. For the event, we are wrapping it up. I would just end with one small thing to you to answer that question. Personally, I'm currently reading a book by Matthew Ball on the metaverse, and the Upland founders have also written a book, which both of them you can find on Audible or Amazon. I would advise that is a great starting point to understand how technologies emerge, how are they adopted, and basically trying to draw a pattern from there. But with that, I would end this Mumbai meetup here and now. We will now transition to an ad break, and we will then maybe talk to individual users on why they are here, why they started Upland, and how are they going to proceed with that. With that, thank you everybody. Thank you for being a panelist. Thank you very much.
Everyone Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and... Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your property.
2019.
You need to hold it.
Yeah. I've been playing Upland since 2019 with some a gap of like 6 months here and there in between where I haven't been playing, but yeah, for
What's
the most
IGN?
part. It's called Jackie Chan.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Jackie Chan, answer this question. Are you a director executive or a chief executive?
I've forgotten what I've forgotten. Yeah, I've forgotten it. No, I'm not saying that out loud. I'm not saying that.
How many commas do you have? Are you the 2 comma club or the 3 comma club?
I would say I'm a director. Yeah. Director. Yeah.
Absolutely. And so what brought you into Upland?
So back in 2019, I was writing blogs for a publication on EOS called EOS Writer. So I used to basically, report to the CEO of EOS Writer. We were talking one day about general things, and he told me about Upland. So I had a look at it, and I was like, wow, I should check this game out. So, I created an account, put some money in, and yeah, after that, the rest is just history, after that. Yeah. No, I'll just do and yeah, that's the story of how I got into Upland, pretty much.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So what are your plans for Upland going forward?
Man, this is going to sound cringe, man. I don't want to make it sound very cringe. But become a virtual landlord, I guess. Yeah.
Absolutely. And so as you are looking at Upland, and this is frankly, this is your first time. We did it last time as well. This is your first time, but this is the second Upland India meetup.
Yeah.
How are you looking at next year, next January, when we do the third Upland Mumbai meetup? What are your expectations? What is your message?
That's a good question, because this meetup reminds me of the time I used to see Bitcoin conferences in 2012, 2013, where they had like a full conference room full of empty chairs where there were just 5-10 people, and there would be one guy talking, but still it was still a big success in spite of that. So this is what that reminds me of. So yeah, I've been in Upland for like four years. The growth has been so exponential that I don't doubt what I'm saying. I know it's going to happen. It definitely is going to blow up.
That's a great tagline, by the way. Empty chair club.
Empty chair club, yeah.
Empty chair club. Yeah. But yeah, so you asked Dirk a few questions, and I think you had a few follow-on questions.
Yeah.
Perhaps this is live streaming already. Why don't you give us your thoughts and what you thought of his answers, or what you would want Dirk to answer more?
I did ask him whether it would be possible, say, to become a virtual landlord. After a certain point, you can just basically make a living off of just renting out your properties to fundamentally strong businesses who want to contribute to the Upland economy. So he said that yes, that could be a possibility, but we have to look at other factors as well. So I think maybe he could have been a bit more clear on that answer, though I did feel it was a little mixed. But yeah, it probably was a hard question for him as well, considering
it's also 6 a.m. and it was also 6 a.m.
Yeah, it was also 6 a.m. So he may not have been in the right frame of mind. Must have been a little sleepy. So yeah, hopefully we can get a follow up on that at some point. Yeah,
absolutely. And so on a scale of 1 to 10, would you like the Upland team to come here next year? And if yes, what would you? Maybe top 3 things, what would you like them to do?
On a scale of 1 to 10, yeah, like 20 out of 10. They should be coming here. What would I like them to do? Probably can get back to you later on that. Can't think of anything right now. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, let's move over to the next audience member. And that is Kushal. Yeah. So, why don't you state your name for everyone?
Hi, I'm Kushal. I'm from Pune, and I've been playing Upland since 2021. So, yeah.
Okay. What's your IGN?
My IGN is Kushal089.
Okay. And what is your status right now?
My status is director.
Okay.
I think I have 2 million UPX right now.
Okay.
The net worth of mine is 2 million.
When did you join Upland?
2021.
You joined
I think September or October 2021.
Was it after or before?
It was before Los Angeles. I remember that for sure.
Okay, so was it after or before Mark Zuckerberg changed the name of Facebook to Meta?
I think it was just about that time, because I remember I was playing Upland, and then this whole meta thing started, and everything went crazy. Yeah. And he said he's going to invest a certain amount of money into the Metaverse, and then he changed the name of the company as well. So yeah, I think it was just about that time.
Yeah.
And I went into Upland after watching the ad on Brave browser.
Yeah.
So that's what got me into the game.
Absolutely. And so as you look at Upland, and you have your totems right now, which is keeping you up all night. How do you look at totems?
I think it's an interesting experiment for now, and I mean, people have mixed opinions about it, mixed emotions, so it's very soon to comment, but I think it's a good experiment to see how they can take it forward and refine it, and actually have players engage with when they actually come up with life and STEM and those mechanics, like how we have Spark and the building mechanics today, and people are actually engaging in that. So I think in the future, when when life and STEM come, it'll be a seamless process to integrate the Proton Totem thing.
Absolutely. How was your experience today in the second Upland Mumbai meetup so far?
It was amazing. I actually drove from Pune to Mumbai.
You came from another city to...
Yes, and I was
Wow.
really excited to come to this event, and it was amazing. The panelists were amazing, and you made an amazing arrangement as well. So yeah.
Thank you very much. And same question to you. What is your expectation for next year? What's your message to the Upland team?
My expectation from for the next year, I think. Bringing elements of 3D to Upland. Like for now, they have done it with the cafes and the show. What is it?
Cafe Nightly show by Goldsmith or the Plaza.
The Plaza thing. I think they can build on that, and they can give us more utility for our properties. And I think that's what I expect from.
I think you missed the broadcasting panel because the co-founder of Nowhere was also with us, so he talked a lot about that, and so that is definitely something we would be looking forward to. But it's great to see you here, and we hope you will come on the next event as well. Absolutely. Over to the next audience member, Bhagyesh. Hi, Bhagyesh.
Hi,
how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
That's great. So what's your IGN? Let's start with that.
It's Bhagyesh.
Okay. And what is your status?
Executive.
Okay. Oh, our first executive in the room. That is great. So well, everyone who plays Upland knows the real dollar value of executives. So my question is, what got you into Upland?
Actually, I was playing a lot of games earlier, but in that it was like Web 2 games, and I was spending a lot of money on those games, like Game of Thrones and all. So I thought like I would better invest in a game so that I can, like whatever time I'm spending on the game, right, I can earn out of it. That's when I started to search for a game, like NFT was popular, so I thought there would be some game which would be on Metaverse in which I can spend money, also I can earn from it. So I started searching, and then I come across this Upland as a game.
How big of a point to that decision was the fact that Upland allowed you traditional finance, your debit card, your creded card, your UPIs, and you had nothing to do with cryptocurrencies. You didn't have to touch anything with cryptocurrencies. So how big of a important factor was that, especially living in India where there's 30% crypto tax? How do you look at that?
Yeah, so that is one of the important important concept in the Upland. Like it's very easy to get into the Upland. I would say without creating wallet or without connecting your wallet to the game, you can just spend through your credit card, and it's very easy. Like within a minute, you can just load the money and you can become a Uplander. So that's telling my experience. So I started playing game, it was like 5,000 coin was given. So within a day or two, I started liking the game. So what I did is I just searched it how to increase the net worth so that I become a Uplander and I don't want to click the visitor option, that button. So that's where when I saw that option of loading the money, and I was very happy. It's very easy just to use my credit card, and then I just become the Uplander straight away. So yeah, that plays an important role in Upland like that.
Absolutely. So how was your experience in today's second Upland Mumbai Metaverse meetup?
It was amazing. This was the first time for me. I came to meet up for the Upland. And
you missed the last one, right?
Yeah, I missed the last one. I was not aware of that. Probably didn't pay much attention to it. But this time, since we have this WhatsApp group and we are much more interconnected now. We talk a lot, and I talk a lot with Tanmay as well. So that's when I thought this time I should definitely get into the meetup. I can connect with you guys.
And finally, the last question: how's your outlook for next year's meetup? How do you look at it? What would you want from Upland team's perspective? Any messages for Doug, for Upland team? What are you thinking?
The next meetup, I hope so. We would have full house. Okay, and I hope like our community grows a lot, especially the Indian community. We don't have that much members, so that's where I see like a lot of growth potential. And with that growth, Indian community would become big, and then we would definitely have this meetup full packed. Yeah,
Absolutely. And I see more community members, so come let's talk to others as well. So
Where it becomes extremely crucial is chemicals.
Yeah, sure.
Because these are controlled products.
Right. So we have another audience member. What's your name?
I'm Arnav. Now I know the first question he's going to ask me is my IGN. Unfortunately, I'm not an Upland, but I do have to say,
that is the crime against humanity. He's not in Upland.
I'm not an Upland, unfortunately, but I do have to say, after this 6-hour presentation, I'm more than convinced. We talked to some of the most distinguished people that are working in this field today. And if that does not convince me, I don't know what will.
Yeah.
He has done an excellent job at questioning people. But not only that, he's an amazing host. And if not me, he can convince the whole nation to get onto Upland and definitely do something big there.
I don't know about the whole nation, but I hope I provided some value. But
For
so
sure.
let me ask you this, as a person who's not from Upland, right?
Yes.
What did you think of today's meetup? What did you learn about Upland? Let me just start off with that.
Yeah, so I'm actually a developer. I mainly work with AI applications. So coming from that background, Metaverse and blockchain in general is something that's completely different from that. And I wanted to have my insight on that. Because coming from a field that is so far-fetched from the Metaverse, the blockchain world, this was definitely a novel technology that I could get my hands on and get insight on. And today's today's Upland meetup was really just that. It was a very good sort of deep dive within what Upland holds for us. And from what I got from the presentation, is that Upland can definitely help us, and not just Upland in general, but Metaverse. Metaverse has endless possibilities. It's only to the people that garner this information, apply it in the right places, that we can truly experience Metaverse in our daily lives. It only takes a bit of motivation, a bit of knowledge provided by our excellent host, and then maybe even you can create your own AI Metaverse application. It's really as simple as that.
Also, since you said you're a developer and you're not in Upland, I would like to inform you that there is something called UGC, Upland user-generated content in Upland, where developers can actually make money working with Upland, working for Upland, creating layer 2 protocols, creating many other things, creating map assets.
Right.
So that is something perhaps you can look, and as we discussed early on, we're not sure if it can replace your real job, and maybe you can live on it, maybe in the future, not right now, but that is essentially what we're looking at, right? So
Exactly.
as a developer, when you're looking at it from that perspective, what is a few questions that come to your mind as a developer? What would you like to see before you jump into that?
Before I jump into the Metaverse?
Into Upland as a developer, before you start creating stuff.
Right, okay, good question. So, as a dev, we don't usually become the consumers, that's the thing. As developers, Upland becomes an experience where you are getting into the application for purposes of creating something novel, or enhancing the user experience, or creating a new experience entirely. So as a dev, that sort of makes it gives you a different perspective towards applications and opportunities like Upland provides. So it was definitely very eye-opening to be at this meetup today, because from a developer's point of view, you could immediately see 3, 4, 5, 6 point of applications on how you can enhance the experience and how you can make people fall more in love with what Upland already has to provide. That is something amazing, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Well, with that, I would like to ask you the final question. What's your thought for next year? Are you going to be here? Are you going to be at Upland next year?
Of course, I'm going to be there, and I'll personally make sure that I bring my friends as well, because this meetup is amazing. I think everyone should come here. I had a lot of fun. Witnessing all the guests answering his tough questions, and his amazing marketing tactics. He just tempted me to get on Upland twice within this presentation. This interview, sorry. So yeah, I will be there.
Also, if sorry to cut you off, but if you still have questions, even before you enter Upland, the co-founders of Upland have written a book, which I am currently, it's in my queue in Audible.
Right.
I myself, sorry, Duck, I still am listening to it. It's in my library, but I would advise you definitely listen to that book, and you'll learn a lot about Upland.
For sure.
So that is definitely there. But with that, hopefully the next event you'll be in Upland.
100%.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So let's move on to the next.
You said Praveen, right? Okay.
Hi, Streicher. Small interview.
I thought I was done.
Yes. Small interview. Small interview. So Streicher was.
Wait, time out. No political questions.
No,
I'm good.
It's live, by the way. So with Streicher was one of our panelists in the panel 5. So Streicher, how was the meetup for you?
Oh, I loved it. It's always wonderful to meet the community. I think, in Bombay, especially in India, we have such a vibrant community. So, it's always great to meet people, like-minded people who want to grow and learn from their experiences, because that's the only way we can really push this forward.
Yeah. And someone just said that this reminds them of early Bitcoin days of the empty chair club. How do you think of that from your perspective?
No, I, to be honest, was not there at the early Bitcoin days. I was one of the haters.
Same here.
So
I wasn't a hater, but I wasn't there.
I was definitely a hater. But, I think it, more than that, reminds me of the early social media days, where all of us used to jump onto Facebook to play Farmville. And
You mean you missed the high five and Orkut era?
Yeah, I did. I forgot. Gaming is what is going to drive a lot of revolution in emerging tech. Yeah. So I think that's what it reminds me of more than anything.
Absolutely. And as someone who's coming from, and I know you're speaking for yourself and not for Tech Mahindra, but as you're coming from one of the leading IT companies in India, how does Tech Mahindra, or even yourself, how do you view the sector as a whole, right?
So I think, like I said on the panel, I'm very, very optimistic. I think that there are a lot of great use cases and case studies that are being developed. I think where there is a bit of a slowdown in the industry is that customers are struggling to understand what the true impact is, right? What is the ROI? I think that is where we all have to get creative and think about what are the outcomes, tangible and intangible. I think that, there is always going to be an open dialogue. And, I'm very, very optimistic. And I think that the best way to adopt it is to just dive straight in. The only way you can swim is if you get into the pool, right? So this is not going to happen where you stay on the outside and try to dabble with it. You have to get in to really understand it.
Absolutely. And so as you are looking at Upland Metaverse, what can Upland do for Tech Mahindra? How can we make sure, or we as a community, how can we make sure that a corporate such as Tech Mahindra says that Upland is the metaverse I'm going for, I'm not going for any other metaverse, this is where I want to go? What conditions can we create where that incentivizes you to come to Upland?
So, again, not speaking on behalf of Tech Mahindra.
Absolutely.
I think what industries really want from platforms like Upland is to build the community, because once you have people as a part of the community, then there are people who are going to adopt, right, and understand your brand and participate with your brand and grow your brand. So I think Upland's been doing great. Just building the community, even the game itself, I thoroughly enjoyed playing it. I'll be honest, Tan, when you had reached out to me, that's when I had gotten into it roughly about 2 weeks ago. It was far, far more layered than I thought, right? So I really love the concept of the game. I think Upland is doing great. The game itself, building the community, I'm sure that when they come to India, they're going to also understand the roots of India, make sure our culture is there. I'm sure a lot of brands will want to jump onto Upland and collaborate.
Absolutely. And for people that don't know, we have been trying to schedule Srikar to come on our podcast, Reading Between the Lines, for some time. So now I think I'll be pushing him to come for a one-to-one podcast.
Absolutely. I know we've been meaning to set it up, but I don't know. It's my fault, I know, but hopefully we'll get that going.
100%. Well, that was Srikar from Tech Mahindra, for people that don't know. And it was a pleasure having you as
Thank
a
you so
delegate
much.
and as an attendee. My final question, because I'm greedy with my questions, what is your outlook for next year's Upland Mumbai Meetup? Because we do this every year. We did it last January. We did it this January. We're going to do it in 2025 again in January. So what's your outlook? What would you like? How are you looking at this?
I mean, firstly, I want Dirk to come here. I think he mentioned...
There you go.
I think he mentioned that he has not been to India.
Yep.
I think he has to come here, and we're going to welcome him with open arms. So we're very excited to host you next year in person for sure. Next year, what I also want to see is... how we've grown the community, right? How people from the community are coming together, and I would like to hear from them more. Maybe not from boring people like me, talking the same old corporate language, right? But we'd love to hear from the people on the ground, who are playing with this day in, day out, right? Who have opinions, because I think that's how it's going to grow. I also I'm a big Gen AI propagator, so I do want to see what their thought process is in terms of adopting it. I think, with respect to creating environments, right, that anyone can do, engaging with non-playable characters with Gen AI, I think those kind of things, as a gamer myself, that really excites me. So I hope that we hear from Upland in terms of what their Gen AI roadmap is, and, very excited for next year. Can't wait.
Absolutely. And I want to keep him for long, but I know he has other engagements. So we will probably have him back on Reading Between the Lines. Till then,
hopefully
thank
soon.
you very much.
Yeah.
And before we sort of end this, I am going to end this sort of interview with Srikar with my quote, "You be the arbiter of truth, the viewers of the Metaverse Street Journal." Thank you very much. Moving on to the final audience member. There you go. What's your name?
My name is Praveen Kumar Baranwal.
Okay. Praveen, are you from the Upland Metaverse?
No.
Okay. So we have another person who's not from the Upland Metaverse. How did you like the event?
The event was fantastic, well planned and knowledgeable. For a new person who is not in the sector, who is not playing this was really something to think about, what are the options available and what can be done in Upland.
Yeah.
It did bring about quite a lot of clarity to the whole thing.
Absolutely. So what's your takeaway from the event today? What's your feedback?
My feedback as of now would be today is while I was at the event, I downloaded the Upland thing on my mobile.
Absolutely.
And probably I'll go through the registration and I might start with it tomorrow itself.
Absolutely. Anyone who does register for Upland today and is here is going to get a map asset. So if you haven't signed the register, please don't leave yet.
I have signed
with that,
registered.
I hope you do sign up.
Yeah.
And we hope to see you next year again.
Sure.
Absolutely.
And maybe as a player rather than just...
100%.
Thanks.
Definitely. Absolutely. Hello. We're coming to the next people. What's your name?
I'm Bhaskar.
Hi Bhaskar. Are you from the Upland Metaverse?
Not really. I just heard about it on. I was doing a Google search and found out about it, and I liked it.
Okay, great. So that's another person who doesn't know about Upland.
Yeah.
How was your takeaway from today's event? What did you think?
I obviously got a lot of, Metaverse is something that I've always been interested in. Mostly as a curiosity, because I'm a marketer, and marketers, we kind of try to see how we can do promotions in any
you should work with us. We're a news channel. So we love ad revenue.
So I have been actually curious about Metaverse, because Metaverse was huge in the last 2 years, especially after COVID and lockdowns and all. But in the last year or so, the excitement kind of tamed down as the money supply ran out. Low interest rates got higher, so companies moved away from Metaverse to actually focusing on bread and butter things and firing people and all of that.
Yep.
So I wanted to find out in 2024 and probably up ahead, what's going to be the trend like, right? So is it going to come
comeback, and I kind of loved your question about the political thing, because these elections, they pump in like billions of dollars literally, 2 billion to 3 billion in the whole US election itself. You don't know how many in India, and Indian politicians especially do a lot of innovative things, like they did a lot of AI and hologram. I think Modi in the first 2014, he did a lot of hologram things. So I was kind of curious about how Metaverse could be used. And I learned a lot of stuff. And like a lot of people, wait and watch, I suppose.
Absolutely. And so what's your feedback of the event?
Well, I liked it because it was a small and intimate event, so you could talk to people, and we were talking, we didn't know, and we were talking across the audience also, and with the panelists also, so it was a nicely done thing.
Absolutely. Would you be coming for the next year's event, which is happening in January, because there's a second Upland Meetup? Yeah. We look forward to having you here.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Hello.
Hi, and it's great to be back on the event. This is my second year.
Absolutely.
And I do believe that this year it's a much bigger, better organized and larger scale event. So I hope to see a much bigger event next year.
Absolutely.
I would love to be back here.
Yeah.
And
you came
wonderful
last year
learning.
as well, right?
Yes, wonderful learning. Met a lot of industry people here. I do think it is a very good initiative.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully we'll see you next year.
See you.
Thank you.
May the force be with you.
Yeah.
There's a guy who is based in San Francisco, and he has made a Gen AI for
Transition.
Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the camera, point it at the code, and tap the URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game, now available on iPhone, Android, Mac, or PC. You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you. Everyone is talking about this new virtual property strategy game called Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, Upland. How do you play? You build up your empire by buying virtual versions of real-world properties. Build up your properties, create shops, manufacture cars, and even earn UPX coins while you play. Sign up now and your first property in Upland is free. It's easy. All you need to do is take out your phone, open up the point in the code, and tap URL. Upland is the world's largest virtual property trading game now on iPhone, Android, Mac, or You've seen Upland, and I'm going to. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, entrepreneurs, and brands in the metaverse. It is fast becoming the central hub for many diverse communities there to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. Upland Metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital community to choose a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, sports, music, and even football communities are coming together and create deep connection with each other and in a way that's never been possible before. Upland powers pursue their passions and build lives, businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, you can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. They can collect and sell media from the favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland MetaVentures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can make games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery way to its to collect, tell, and show off artwork. Connect, push, as gold, and friends in Upland. We are creating for the open metaverse to building the world block by block and word with creators and players like you. Everyone's talking about this new property strategy called Upland. How you build up your empire by the of real properties. Build up your properties, create, manufacture, and even earn UPX while you play. Now for property Upland. It's easy. All you do is get your phone, open camera, point at the tap the URL. Upland is the largest virtual property trading game now on Android, Mac, or C. Using now jump in. So what is Upland? It's the that is ecosystem players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It's fast becoming the central hub for metaverse community and players to elevate their life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other. The thing we do online, the economy, technology is changing it all. Upland is the metaverse, the new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Of a community of players from all over the world. And we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where we can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that never been possible before. Upland powers players to their passions and build their lives and businesses all with true ownership. In Upland, and can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can build and sell media from their favorite assets. They get their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland Ventures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race part of their